Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to twitch.tv/RonanPawn and youtube.com/Ronan Pawn live stream on Twitch and youtube.com/RonanPawn. That's in the shot, isn't it? Well, what are you gonna do? It's just it doesn't need to be there, but it is there, isn't it? Because if I don't have it here, then in the long term, it's gonna be a problem. Maybe I should. What do I do about that? It wasn't in the shot last time. Why is it in the shot this time? There's a wire. Makes me look unprofessional. Welcome to the show. If I wouldn't have brought attention to it, it wouldn't look unprofessional. Now it really looks. Now it's double unprofessional. Hi. It's 4:20 a.m. Blaze it. Wow. A.m. Blaze it. The best thing about waking up is. I can't do the bong sound. I need a little bit of water in my mouth. The best part of waking up is California Gold in your cup. Yeah, it's approaching 4:30 in the morning. This is when these live streams are starting up. Oh god, Kerbal's in the background. I can't deal with overlapping audio. They've been starting early because of my sleep schedule being what it is, vampiric and all. Today I woke up at midnight, so I'm doing good. I am working for you. I am working for you. I mean, oh god, I'm working for you. Yeah, I actually have been intentionally trying to push my sleep schedule. Let's get out of this scene. You don't want to look at me. I've been intentionally trying to push my sleep schedule back and back and back, and it's been really hard. It's since the last live stream, I've managed to gain like 2 hours. I was waking up at like 10 p.m. and I have to really like force myself to go back to sleep and do a couple more hours kind of thing. But I am up to midnight. I'm waking up at midnight now, which means we can start these things up at about 4:30 a.m. We're getting closer to the daylight hours for some people. Our current mission, as you can see above my beautiful bald head, the hair is real. Spy on the competing agency that has erected in the desert, gather enough data to initiate a hostile takeover. Now, there's something wrong with that. I don't think that comma needs to be there. Spy on the competing agency that is erected in the desert, gather enough data to initiate a hostile takeover. So we're just hoping, okay? Listen, I'll explain the situation to you. Here's the whole situation. I heard on the grapevine that there's a competing space agency that has popped up somewhere on another continent out in the desert, and we can't allow there to be competition in the marketplace. You know, that's not the neoliberal capitalist way. You know, we need to corner all the fucking markets and force people to accept, lower quality, lesser standard products and services, and governments, to be quite frankly, and societies, actually. Then, what is this? What's on the... Oh, right, yes. Let's just go out to the golf cart while I chat with you here. So we can't allow competition in the marketplace. We need to continue to be the only space agency on the surface of Kerbal. So I hear there's one out in the desert. My first plan is to try and take it over somehow, corporate-wise. We'll do something in the stock market. We'll use insider information in order to buy out the ownership of the company or something like that. If that doesn't work, we'll just bomb them, into oblivion. Listen, I'm a capitalist at heart. Really not. I am really, really not. So in order to, we are mid-mission right now, in case you're wondering. By the end of the last live stream, what happened? This is the remnants of what happened here. There's a golf cart on the landing strip. You just bear that in mind. Keep that in the back of your head. What happened on the last live stream is we decided, in order to try and infiltrate this new space agency, thank you, we would fly a spy drone over the other agency, take pictures, see if we can't get nudies of somebody's wife or something. We need some blackmail, we need some bribe, we need some intel. And so I created this, the boys down at the lab gave us this, and I modified it so that we've got this little spy drone that has extendable wings, which allow it to be packed into another vessel for transport, because this thing is so small, it's so wee babby, it's so tiny, and it has to be, or else they'd see us on the radar. So we needed a vessel to pack it into, so I made this on the last live stream. And we rolled this out onto the pad. We spawned first the spy plane, the little spy drone, and we backed that off the landing strip, the airstrip. And then we spawned this, and we rolled it up inside, and we used the Kerbal attachment system here in order to... In fact, this should really be parked forward. Yeah, and we don't need this many lights on the interior here. I think just one side is good enough, is what I would say. So let's remove from symmetry, and remove from symmetry, and then get rid of you. Get rid of you. I think just a little bit of lights is fine. But, yeah, so we have presently managed to fly this plane out to the desert airstrip, well, to nearby enough without threatening to be seen on their radar screens. And so we have managed to land after many attempts. We found out trees are real. scatterer trees in particular, they got physics to them. And so it took multiple attempts to get this thing landed without, just trying to find a place without trees in the first place, and then get it down, and then there's a problem with the wheels where it just, I don't know, the thing wants to spin out. It was a very Kerbal, situation where it's like, it's fine right up until it isn't, for no discernible reason. And anyway, we managed to get it landed. We have rolled the spy plane off the back of it, and now it's time for the second half of this mission, which is to send our little spy drone out over the desert airstrip. We got to get it good and high, somewhat. It is 4:20 in the AM here, so we got to get it good and high, and to hide, to not be seen. And then we'll take some pictures, and hopefully there's something in those pictures that'll give us leverage over our competing space agency, so that we can initiate some form of hostile takeover. This is the headcanon I'm building for. It's just, we needed a mission so that we could unlock the desert airstrip, because that's how we did Woomerang, so we might as well do this one. This is what I've come up with. I hope you're enjoying the show. There will be a interim period after about 2 hours, so just sit back and relax. So yeah, let's head out to the other continent that we're on presently, and pick up the mission where we left off. I wanted to just finish the mission. Where are we? Spy cargo plane Mark 1, I think, is where we want to be. We managed to, we were very close to finishing the mission. We got it landed, so let's just put another, but we had been going for 8 hours. 7 hours, 45 minutes. I needed to shut the live stream down, because we'll see how long this next part takes, and if it's more than 12 minutes, then then I made the right call, is what I'll say. So here we are. This is our situation. This is the situation that we'd be facing. I can't live a normal life. I was raised in the streets. And so we've got our little spy drone plane. We managed to get it offloaded from the cargo boy there. And all's ready and waiting to go. And the desert airstrip should be over this hill, and a ways. We decided we should park behind the mountains here. Land before we get in range of their radar. But if I look at the map, it should be... So there's the desert strip, and then here's us. So we're pretty dang close from here to there in order to hit the desert. So yeah, all we really need to do, switch over to the other vehicle and put her in the air. Now this is a spy drone. We will be controlling, and I guess who's going to be controlling it? As long as Bill is here. Bill wasn't supposed to come on this mission, but there he is nonetheless. He wasn't supposed to be on. It's a need-to-know, eyes-only mission, but we needed a little bit of HVAC repair in the middle of... He needed to... I didn't have on this plane, you'll see, there's this node right here. This JS1 joint socket. It's lovely how things, when the brakes are on, they'll just slide around on the surface of the planet. Isn't that lovely? Yeah, we didn't have this joint socket in place, so Bill had to come out and wrench it into place, so now he's privy to the whole thing. I told him not to tell anybody, but, he's got a big mouth. Look, see it? See the big mouth? See it right there? Kind of drooling out of it. So, as long as he's got to be involved anyway, he might as well, pilot the plane. He's the engineer. If you got to pilot it remotely, then you might as well have Bill do it. So, F5, and how are we going to fly this, son? We're going to fly it appropriately. We're going to fly it by the cameras. Maybe, for some amount of it anyway. But before we can actually fly it from the cameras, I have to get this out, because the people who made this game, Kerbal Space, were the developers originally, Squad. Boy, they just didn't. And I can just end the sentence there. Boy, they just didn't, did they? Like, what was your idea for what the process of flying a prop plane would be? Did you intend for people to, right-click in order to... Because it's not like you can reasonably bind the torque limit to, keys through the action groups or anything. Like, there's no really good and appropriate solution to how I'm supposed to fly this. And it's like, they have other systems in the game where you can just attach, throttle to the throttle, up and down. Why can't I attach the light-duty rotor's fucking torque limit, if that's what we're gonna call it, to a throttle? But I can't. So, good work, squad. Anyway, now that I've gotten the, ceremonial complaining about the game out of the way, let's get this thing flying. So we've got brakes on. Our resources should be perpetual. That's the beauty of a little plane like this, a little prop plane thing like this. It consumes less energy than we produce with our solar panels, so it can fly forever. Torque limit to full. This shouldn't work because the brakes were on. But, again, they didn't really finish the game, so the first time you load a scene, even if the brakes are on, they're on. So now we'll turn the brakes off. Why am I going backwards? That doesn't seem right. Are we on a downhill or something like that? I'm not driving myself backwards, am I? If I wait for the... Okay, maybe I am driving myself backwards. It might be because we were, inverted direction. Okay. Let's go normal. Might be because we were backing up and rolling forward and stuff like that, so we ended up with the blades in the wrong, or the motor in the wrong orientation. SAS on, that's right. For takeoff, we need SAS on with this craft. I remember that now. And then we're waiting for we're looking for the tail to come up. The tail's up now, and that means we won't have to spin out. And now I'm gonna try and pull up. Whoop, okay. We're in the air. We're in the air. And now that we're in the air, in fact, I need this back. I need the overlay, because now we need SAS off, and we need to trim to counter the roll that's created by the torque of the rotor. Okay. And a little bit of trim to keep us in the air. I think this is it. We've got a nice level craft now without any SAS. Lovely. Which direction are we heading? As long as we're heading west, and I think it's a little bit south, we should be good. So I think this is due west. Is that what we're over right now? We're over like the 180 on the ball? Is that the idea? Is it 180 or 100 and something? I don't know, but are we pointed west? Because the 225 is over there. Hello, Dinnerbone. How you doing? On YouTube nonetheless. Are we headed in the correct direction? It seems like we're going north if I look at that. But if I look at the arrow, it seems to be pointed in more or less the correct direction. Stop rolling. We'll fly. We don't want to get too high. Like, we want to get high, obviously. We don't want to get seen or picked out by radar. But, thousands of meters above the surface. Okay, 800. We want to get, a bit high, but we also need to be close enough for our camera to work. Now, the reason that we consider this a spy, drone is because this isn't the only camera that we've got. In fact, we've got this camera. It steers straight down, and it's night vision, so we can record, under any circumstances. So yeah. The plan is to head out to the desert launch site, spy on our competitors, and then initiate some kind of hostility. I'm hoping that somebody's wife is taking a shower through a window. We can get, I don't know what we're gonna see when we get out there, but we need to find something that's going on out there that's unseemly, that I can blackmail somebody with, that we can, get their government funding, taken away. I don't know. We gotta find something that's going on out there, and so we gotta be high enough to not be noticed, but also low enough to be able to get the pictures that we need. So maybe 1,000 meters is the height. And are we headed in the correct direction? It looks like this could take a while. Even though we flew in another jet to as close as we felt was, like, reasonable to the desert site that's over here, this thing still only travels at 65 meters per second, and because it's a prop plane, it can't really, we can't time warp it. Because, again, we can't fizz warp it anyway. Because, again, you know, Squad, developers of this game, they really finished it. They really thought about everything that somebody would want to do with their game, and didn't just decide at a certain point that they'd probably made the most money that they were going to make out of it and leave. They definitely didn't do that. And then sell the rights to a company that had no intention of ever producing a real game. Just the fact that whoever was developing KSP2 was like, yeah, we'll use this mess of broken systems from the first game as our base upon which to build the second one. Yeah, no, we'll use the old code. And then we'll sell the first version of the game, that's completely unfinished, by the way. We'll sell it on Steam, using all of the old parts. We won't even make, like, new parts. We won't give, like, new names and new ideas to the part list. Just the same old shit from the first game. Thank you so much. Streaming in the middle of the night. Is your CFS acting up again, says Condor70. It's, my sleep schedule got raked around in Hello Condor, by the way, on Twitch. You can't see them, Dinnerbone, because you're on YouTube. And you can't see Dinnerbone, Condor, because you're on Twitch. My sleep schedule got, raked around, probably due to, it's just sort of comes with the condition. There wasn't anything in particular or in specific. It just kept, it started floating again after a long time being stable. Probably the longest stable stretch of sleep schedule non-rotation that I've had in, for years. But it finally started to slip, so here we are. I'm waking up at midnight. This is the beginning of my day. So if we're going to have a live stream that's going to be on Thursday, this is when it's got to start. It's 4:30 in the morning. But I am pushing it around, slowly but surely I'll make a couple of hours progress into getting it back around to some kind of a normal human sleep-wake cycle at some point. Let's just, because it's, there's not much to look at there, and we've got a long flight ahead of us. Yes. Let's enjoy this site here. At least we can see the clouds. Yeah, are you kidding me here? It looks like our direction is correct. Wait a second. On the ball, if I'm seeing 90 on the ball there, we shouldn't be seeing 90 at all. 90 would mean, are we heading this way right now? Are we heading away from the thing? I need to be going west. Let's just head to north and then figure this out. Because I'm not actually that, used to finding cardinal directions on the nav ball. It's more, you're going to space is usually what's going on here. 270 should be to the west, right? Am I psychotic? Did I go in exactly the wrong direction? Now we've got, again, like a red line that looks like it's completely horizontal. And yeah, I might have been going in the wrong direction the whole damn time. There. We were in a CC. It was Bill. Bill is the one who's flying the thing, so it's his fault, actually. I was perfect. No, it was intentional. It was part of the plan. To make sure that we had enough height before we got into their airspace, because we need to not get hit on their radar. We didn't come all of this way transporting a spy drone with collapsible wings via a cargo plane just to show up on their radar, get pinged, and then they'll close all the windows, and we won't get to see any of, you know, somebody's wife's titties. I don't know what it is that we're supposed to get out here and see with our spy drone, and then that'll be the thing that unlocks the space center for us. But it looks like it's ahead, so now at least I've got like something to aim at. Or is that our own plane, because I flew so far away in the wrong direction? We might be headed back to our own plane. I'm not going to mouse over it, and it'll be a surprise. Is that the desert airstrip? Is that our own plane? Am I? But it's certainly something to fly at anyway. Yeah, I think we're actually making progress now, as opposed to the other thing we were doing earlier, which was, what's the opposite of progress? So how's your, you know, leading up to holidays stuff going? How's your Christmas shopping and that sort of a thing? Handling. I would like to, in a perfect world, I would like to start a tradition with my close friends to start having like a Thanksgiving and or Christmas, like just around the holidays time, thing where we get together, where me and mine get together and do what families do. What I remember from my childhood, our family getting together and having the meal, and sadly my family, my grandfather was a former alcoholic, so nobody could drink anything. And I'm just, the only reason I'm saying that this is a sad thing is because everybody in my family hated everybody in my family. These people should not have been in the same room together to celebrate anything without some wine and beer involved. But there never was any, so it was just, watching miserable people hating each other, but, having to share the space, and so pretending like things are cool when they're clearly not cool. That was my experience. So I'd like to reproduce that experience, but with people that I actually, want to spend time with. Until this point in my life, I've been more like, kind of fuck the holidays and fuck all that noise, and I'm not going to be, put into the sort of trap that I watched that I watched everybody in my family be subjected to, of just out of obligation. I'm not up for that. I'm not cool with that. I don't believe that you should be living your life in any way out of obligation. I think there's some mountains ahead of us. Are we going to clear them? We're moving slowly enough that I can absolutely, pull up and avoid any problems as they emerge. And I can see that we'll be fine. We're just gonna fly right through this. Wow. Fly right past this mountain here. Oh, I love it. In fact, how's our, what does this shot show us? Nothing. You don't wanna be doing that, buddy. You don't wanna be doing that. Yeah, give me chase mode, which you should have been in. I think I've figured out in Kerbal that the problem, so to speak, is the reason why it's not remembering chase mode, even though I've got a mod installed that's specifically for handling like these camera modes and making sure that they work correctly instead of the way that Squad left them in here. I'm pretty sure that the hull cam system that I'm using with the cameras, when it switches in and out of its scenes, it's the one that's breaking. Wow, look at that. It's the thing that's breaking the other mod that's supposed to be managing this stuff. These are some tall mountains out here in the desert, I must say. I don't say so myself. And I do, and I am saying so myself. My father-in-law also was an alcoholic, so no alcohol at the Christmas dinner. Luckily, my family can get along fine without it. Yeah, these people just... It wasn't that they fought, it was more the, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant kind of, shtick. Which is, you know, a bunch of people who dislike each other sitting at the same table, not saying the things. Or, you know, sliding them in subtle barbs and kind of things like that. It was pretty... And not to say that my family was in any way religious, it's just... I know that to be a trope. The white Anglo-Saxon Protestant family, the WASPs sitting around the table, and very civilly hating on one another in a very, very controlled and civilized manner. Oh. So, have you found any good work yet, then? You know, that kind of thing. But yeah, basically, there's just... My extended family was not good people. Including my close family, including... they were all just very venomous... They were raised improperly, let's say, you know? My grandparents did not do well by their daughters, 3 daughters, and they left them all pretty well fucked up, is what I would say. My grandmother, in particular, I think, was the source of them being fucked up. My grandfather, the former alcoholic, he seemed like he had his shit together, but the woman he married, I don't know. She had some psychological issues that she passed on to the kids, is what I'd say. But anyway, I have, you know, these sort of negative connotations of holiday gatherings and getting together with family. It always felt like it was being done out of obligation, so what I would kind of like to do at this point in my life is take it back by, you know, having those family events, but with the people that, you know, you want to spend the time with. Am I already coming up on it? I think I'm already coming up on it. I mean, I see a strip out there. I see a strip ahead. I mean, I guess it's still quite a ways off, but I think we're getting there in a hurry. Yeah. Okay. We're coming up. So I would like to do that. Only problem is, you know, living in this this particular situation with chronic disability and living in poverty and stuff like that. So I reached out to one of the 2, you know, friends that I would have a thing with here. How fast are we coming up on this? And are we high enough over it? I mean, we're about 1,000 meters. I think we're only gonna be higher when we get there, because I think the terrain is falling away from us. Yeah. Remember, this is a spy plane. We don't want to be blinded by the cloud cover, but the cloud cover does give us cover. I don't know, we'll just fly at it and we'll see, huh? Let's give an F5 since we're really, really close to it now. Yeah. A cloud cover breaking way. I think I will trim us down. But it looks like we'll probably only be able to sort of start putting something together like that, a little holiday celebration, probably after the holidays. Just a little bit too much was going on here, as we came into the holidays themselves. Actually, so probably I wanna kind of circle around a little. I do want to remain up here, so let's not lose too much height. But I think I want to circle around a bit and come in, you know, so in a way that we'll take pictures from south to north or something like that. It just seems more appropriate. But we'll get the airfield first, I think. We'll get the airstrip, and we'll see if, you know, we can catch anybody with their pants down, you know what I mean? Which, I mean literally with their pants down. If we can catch them with their pants down, then maybe we can, you know, force them to hand us the keys to the space stations. I don't know what it is that we're supposed to see out here. But you make up some headcanon, you choose to believe in it, you go with it. Let's go ahead and turn back now. If we can't go over top the airstrip. I think this is a reasonable height to be doing this at. You know, we want to be low enough that we can see something on the cameras as we go over. And we'll see. We'll see how appropriate the height looks when we get there. I wonder if at this point, yeah, we wouldn't be able to see anything if I flew from the forward camera. Just get in line with the airstrip. More or less. And then... okay, getting some laggies there. Alright, I don't know what that was about, but sure. Now flatten out, and... sorry? Nondayo? What is this? There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay, so... this is our spy shot. If I yaw a bit... am I yawing? I think I'm yawing in the wrong direction or something like that. This is our spy cam shot. We're getting good... so, oh, Jesus. It was the plane itself is flying like ass right now. This is an interesting project to try and accomplish. I don't see anything of great interest here. Damn it. We didn't pass in a reasonable way. Okay. Let's come back around for another pass. Oh, we lost a lot of height now, too. Well, fuck it. I'm gonna fly the thing like a madman at this point. Just turn her over. Wow, it's really understable when you think about it. Let's just... whoa! What the fuck? Hi! With your lag. How you doing? With your crazy lag out here. Okay, stop. And fly the fucking plane. Jesus Christ. Alright. Alright. Let's just cut across all the interesting stuff. And I will try and keep us flat as we go. How are we doing? 100 and something meters above the surface. We're falling every moment here. I've totally blown the, you know, surveillance aspect. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is... did you... hang on. Hang on. Okay. Let's get back out of here. I expected to see a launch pad, and I saw what looked like a large eggplant. I don't know what the fuck is going on out here. I think I need to be able to, like, go slower over this area would be nice, so I'm gonna put you back up. Maybe I can control the rotor a little bit better. Let's turn this around. I mean, obviously we've given up the element of surprise, you know, they can clearly see us and hear us and everything else. So fuck it, let's get some good pictures. Let's make sure that we can see what the hell is going on out here. I don't know what exactly it is below us here, but... alright, that's not much of a good shot, and I think we're crashing at this point. Sweep back around, I'll go out, I'll come back, and then we'll torque down this time and see if we can't come by a little bit slower and lower and get a good shot of whatever the hell it is we were just looking at there. Hey, you didn't. Turn around, turn around, turn around. It's just very unstable, the craft. Also, every time I come in and out of the camera system, we lose chase mode, which is not helpful. Okay, I'm gonna reduce the torque. Yep, stop. Stop it. Try and slow us down. increase our trim massively, and let's just have a quick pass here. That doesn't look right. Oh! Okay. Our spy drone. Our spy drone is quite hard to fly when you're flying it backwards. Shoot, I don't know when the last time his IF-5'd either. Oh good, we've got phantom physics. Love some wild forces there that can just move us around. Uh-huh. Thank you. Thank you for this. So, what the hell is going on out here is my question. Which would be easier to answer if we weren't in a mode like this. There seems to be an eggplant on the ground. And wait a second. And tanks pointing at it. I'm confused. I'm very, very confused. I'm gonna F9. I know I took an F5 at some point when we were getting near. I think we might still be like a minute or two out in the air here. I'm gonna F9 and try and get control of the damn plane this time. Let's just get so... Oh, Jesus. Oh, good. Yes, thank you. Thank you for this. Kerbal Space Program. You really thought of everything, didn't you? Put this up here. We have unidentified drones, probably Russian, above military airports constantly here in Europe, but they are very hard to shoot down. The operators haven't been stupid enough to crash them yet. What are you saying? What are you saying? No, that's interesting. In America, last I heard, we have balloons. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Phantom fucking sudden, like, grab the... Jesus Christ. Is it any wonder that one of the Russian operators crashed the plane a little bit before? Okay. Right. Yep. And we're back. Cool, thank you. Okay, I'm just trying to slow things down. I'm gonna SAS. What? There are sometimes it just rips itself to the left for some reason. God damn it, Kerbal Space Program. Alright, we need to get some pictures of whatever the hell it is that's going on out here. So let's pass over. Quit fucking... What are you doing? Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's get the pictures. Nope. Here we go. Pictures. Pictures. Okay. That. And now we're gonna hit the fucking ground, because... I had hoped that this would have gone better, but Kerbal Space Program was developed by 2-digit IQ fucking monkeys, and it took them 10 years to get to this point. So, at any moment, the craft will suddenly develop like a phantom force and just pull itself in one direction, and then I have to be, like, on the controls to suddenly snap it to, okay, we're not doing that, kind of a thing. This is what the incredible physics Sandbox is about. Good fucking lord. Alright. Try again. Get some pictures. Maybe we can get some height this time. Hold it flat. Holding the height. But then when I do that, we lose. We don't have the nav ball up anymore, so that's not really... Okay. That was a good pass. See if I can't get one more decent pass. Using the SAS, trying to compensate for the game's... I don't know what this is. It was flying reasonably and well until we got into this area, and then it's like everything started going wrong. Nothing really works the way that you'd expect it to. Fucking Kraken bullshit. Wait a second. Kraken bullshit? Kraken bullshit? I think I know what this is. I think I know what I'm seeing out here. I think this is the Kraken. I think we're being privy to some experiments that they were running out at the desert site, and something went wrong, and there's now a Kraken. There's a Kraken, and they were firing on it with tanks. I think they killed the Kraken, to be honest with you. But, you know, it's Kerbal Space Program. You can never really kill the Kraken. And so just even the dead corpse of the Kraken being in the vicinity of our plane is causing issues. I'm unable to fly competently in... Yeah! Pull up! I'm unable to fly the craft reasonably in the vicinity of this thing. Yes, definitely a Kraken. Alright, well, we've gotten photographic evidence of something horrific, something atrocious that has gone on out here at the Space Center. You know, the fact that the Kraken is, like, right off of their launch pad, too? I mean, what do you think that's about? Like, did they bring the Kraken home with them after, like, a... Uh-oh. No brakes. You know, did they return a Kraken from a mission that they went off-world on or something? Like, and how were they prepared? Like, why are they militarized? Did you see those tanks out there? That somebody put in place and created a little scene for us to discover out here between live streams. Did you see all that? I hope you saw all that, because it's probably a lot of work for whoever did that. Can I... There we go. Okay, now we can fly without SAS again, thank God. Because we're getting away from the Kraken. But yeah, you need stability systems assistance if you're going to be anywhere in the vicinity of the Kraken. Well, we got some photographs. It was very difficult. Felt like I was flying through the Bermuda Triangle. Now we know why. We were in the vicinity of a Kraken. And we all know, you know, what happens so it's not because I was, you know, flying poorly, but because of the Kraken, obviously. So now, to complete the mission, we return our spy plane to the cargo plane, where Bill can collect the data and transmit it back to the KSC, and now we got some photographs. I think we just publish these photographs straight to the tabloids or something, you know? We either go to the press, or you know what? We'd probably be better off the authorities on Kerbin, the surface of Kerbin here. They would probably be the governments and agencies that would fund them. They'd probably be happier if we didn't expose the existence of the Kraken. So maybe we, you know, hold the photographs over the heads of whoever it is that's funding this space agency. We got them a bunch of tanks and stuff out there. They're militarized. You know, that's something strange is going on there. Space agency shouldn't have tanks on hand. Why is there a space agency with you know, militarized, like with weapons ready to go? Something creepy's going on out there. We send the pictures back to whoever it is. We tell them we're going to expose them, and you know, unless they let us take over the project, and then that's how we justify the idea that we now have access to the desert airspace. So I'm heading back, like, around the mountains this time. I'm presuming that we're, you know, in this direction is where our plane is. But I'm going to try and get this thing back over to our plane and land it as the final coup de grace of this mission. That being said, are we, like, where is And why isn't it on the map? Okay, well, at least you landed here. We got all this stuff. I think it's over here. That's the target. Okay. Now we can just fly toward our target, which I would think should be off to the left a little bit. We're flying more southeast. We need to be heading northeast, I believe. So let's trim up, gain a little height, and fly our way back to the mothership. That's you know, more or less the mission that I'd planned out here. Wait. You're over there? Wow, I'm really off of where I think we should be flying. And what's that? Oh, that's a speck of shit that's been on your monitor for a while that you just don't wipe off. Do you guys all see that? Right here. There it is. It's like a little... Looks like a... You know, little gnat bug landed there and died on the screen some while ago. And for the past several days, I've been like, what the fuck is... Oh, right, it's that shit on my screen that I haven't just gotten up and wiped off yet. But yeah, once I land this back at our mothership, I will consider this mission complete. Or will I? I think what we should do is we should load this up onto the mothership, onto our carrier, onto our cargo plane. One more time. Bill's here. He can do that for us. And fly and go, like, take over the desert airstrip properly. You know? Go land at it with our spy craft here. And that'll be us claiming the desert airstrip and launch site. The Desert Space Agency. The DSA. It'll be us claiming it, having successfully blackmailed whoever with photos of a Kraken and a militarized space agency. If anything, you know, Kraken, sure, but we all knew that existed. But a militarized space agency, that seems like that would be a problem in the public eye. Like, why all the guns with your hopeful, you know, we're gonna go to other planets and somehow science will solve all of our problems here. We're going to spend billions of dollars on travel to Mars to sate the desires of a rich man in the investor class instead of, you know, addressing the problems right here at home. What's... Actually, along those lines, so I've been watching Sequest, DSV, a series from 1991, television series from 1991 that I believe had Spielberg was involved in it at some point, maybe just production credit, but like it's produced. It is a major thing. Roy Schneider from Jaws is the main guy, and is the captain of the Sequest DSV. It's a wannabe Star Trek show, and it does a great job at being a wannabe Star Trek show. Like I love the universe that they're establishing, and I got deep into season 1, and boy did they finally, like, come out of the gate swinging after the first, like, 6 to 8 episodes or something. These stories that they wrote, and the acting on display, and the actors that they got for this stuff. And this is, you know, before these people got their major roles, but we're talking about in the last couple episodes of Sequest that I watched in this first season of Sequest. Tuvok from Star Trek Voyager has appeared before Star Trek Voyager was a thing. Shit, what's his name? On Breaking Bad, Walter. You know who I'm talking about? Walter. Walter. Gus? No, that was Gustavo. What the hell was his name? Gus's, you know, right-hand man. and, you know, the affiliate of Better Call Saul there, and his name was, in the show, his character's name is, it will come to me in a moment. You got Jesse, you got Walt, you got Gus, Gustavo Frayne. I'm also keeping my eyes out here because we were in the mountains. I feel like at any moment the clouds could peel back and suddenly we're slamming into, in fact, F5. How do I forget him? Like, he's one of the best characters, too. Obviously I don't forget him, but I forget the name. What's the plan today, says Pothead Perry. Well, we're just coming back from spy mission where we surveilled the desert space agency, and we saw something out there. We got pictures of it using our spycraft here. Using our camera-enabled prop drone here. And what we saw out there was a kraken next to a launch pad, dead kraken, surrounded by tanks. And I ain't even joking. And so we got these pictures, and we're gonna blackmail somebody with them. We're gonna use these pictures to say that space agency is now ours, or I'm sending these off to the New York Times. And so this is the headcanon that I've created for us to sort of unlocked the desert airstrip. So we're returning right now with our spy plane to the mothership, the cargo plane that delivered it here. We're going to pack it back into the cargo ship, and at that point we're going to fly that cargo ship to the desert airstrip, because we're just 30 kilometers away, parked over here, and claim it for real and get a closer look at whatever the hell this scene was. But all just a, you know, pretext to unlocking bits of the game, just something that I wanted to do. Just make up a little story in my head and live it out in the game. Wicked Spycraft. Oh lord, I wonder what that agency has been up to. Yeah. What have they been doing? Why was there a dead kraken off of the side of it? I think they must have run some kind of space mission and brought some microbe back with them that in Earth's atmosphere growed at exponentially rates, and then there was a kraken, and then they had to call in the tanks and shoot it at it. Let's get a little bit under the clouds now that we're past the mountains. I don't know that I want to be flying like this. So I've trimmed down. We should start losing height soon. In fact, we are losing height, but the terrain, I think, is coming up at us at the same time as we're losing height. If I were to switch over to this one, I think we'd see that we're dropping a lot faster, but over here, not so much, because the terrain is rising. I'm going to trim back up a bit. Also, like, why am I having to fight so much against these forces that weren't a problem with my trim a minute ago, and now they are? I also feel like our frame rate is tanking. But yeah, I've got these camera systems on board, so we steer there, and then down below us, this is the camera that we use to take pictures. It's a night vision camera. All these are brought in by the mod Hullcam VDS, which, if anything, has a few too many cameras, I think, but, you know, I guess better to have more options than not. Where is our... I've lost track now of the thing we've been flying at. Oh! Well, that feeling right there, that thud, that grab, there. We probably just came into range of it, and so we just loaded a bunch of new, you know, parts into physics considerations. So that's a good sign that we're getting close. So the next challenge will be to land over here with this little guy on uneven terrain and without slamming into the trees, which we found out on the last live stream are real. The trees that are made by Scatterer do indeed have physics qualities to them. I wasn't expecting that. You know, all the grass and cactuses and other large, semi-large things, they don't have physics to them. The trees do. So, yeah. Oh, in fact, I see our runway. This is how we came in and landed in the first place. So I'm going to use this little runway again. I'm going to turn to get us in line with it and try and hit this. Easy peasy? Maybe. Well, this craft is just so incredibly lightweight. It wants to bounce. It's really hard to get it to stay on the ground. We have to land it with SAS for those reasons. I can't do it without a little bit of SAS. We don't have reaction wheels on here, though. It's just the SAS helps to, you know, it uses our control surfaces to keep us level. Yeah, this is our little runway that we used for the first plane, for landing the cargo plane, which hopefully will have been more difficult. I'm going to reduce our rotor speed, and SAS is on now. We need the stability. See, what the hell is that? Suddenly, just forces that grab onto us. Okay, yeah. Throttle all the way down on this. Now, pull up. There we go. Hit. A little bit of a hill here. Oh! And we're fine, somehow. Why did we suddenly slam to a halt? Brakes are not on. We just slammed into the ground. We just stopped. Utterly and entirely. Welcome to Kerbal Space Program. Nothing really ever makes any fucking sense. The people who made the game were monkeys. I can't have this just on its back like that. We wanted to roll it into the other craft, kind of a thing. So, I'm not even sure where our last quick save is. But I've gotta go back to it, and I'll bet you anything that the brakes, even though they're off, they're on. It's just, you know, KSP is like that. Even though the brakes say that they're on, they're actually off. When they're off, they're actually on. And you want to, like, click these buttons several times. Hello. Yep, we came in. So, torque up. Thank God we were high enough for this in the first place. What a fucking game, huh? They put these parts in the game, and then clearly no one ever thought about how, you know, what you would do to actually, you know, use them. Like, you come back from a quick save, and you have to re-enable the torque all of a sudden. Your trim has been lost, I'm pretty sure. I mean, we're rolling to the left there. I have to trim it again, as though I hadn't before trimmed it, so... Just what a set of consideration these idiots made, huh? My opinion of Squad is the worst. Just the worst. And my opinion of KSP is also the worst. The only way that this game is actually, like, fun and I enjoy it and have a good time, when you mod the shit out of it, and you don't play, you know, the game that they designed. Career mode, science mode, You gotta, like, figure out a way to sort of play the career mode, but in a completely different way than they intended, and not with their missions. I've literally gone in and using Contract Configurator, I've made my own config file that eliminates all of Kerbal Space Program's default missions. So we make up the missions, we decide what we're doing at any given moment, because stock KSP is just a travesty. And it almost pisses me off that people were... that there's such, like, a fanboy community that there was never really a comeuppance for the actual developers of this game and for this game in general, you know? There really needed to be a comeuppance. There needed to be a moment when they say, hey, why have you stolen all of your best work from the modders? Why is it that at every single release of a new version of this game, the day one is as broken as shit, and the new features don't work. Like, the things that you've been working on don't work. Just a travesty. An absolute travesty. The worst squad. They should never make anything ever again. And I don't think they will. I don't know. Are they working on something? Because they really shouldn't. This was an incredible, like, lucked into it thing. That they found an audience that was just so underserved, that was just waiting for anybody to come along and give them something where they could, you know, have a decent experience of space stuff, you know? Space physics kind of simulator. That when somebody came along and, you know, when there was something to offer, it was just, oh, thank you. Thank you so much. And they just kept saying, thank you so much, thank you so much, thank you so much, as that development team took advantage of them in every single way. Misused and abused their audience, misused and abused every, like, the fan base, stole, you know, all the best stuff from them. Have you ever set up a interplanetary satellite comm system? I have not. Right now we have a geostationary comm system around Kerbal. 3 satellites in a triangle constellation, all at KEO, and perfectly at KEO too. Within like 1 digit or something, like one side of the thing for each of them is within 1 digit. It's of what it's supposed to be. The orbital periods are exactly correct to the, you know, degree of fidelity that you can actually measure them in Kerbal Space Program anyway. But haven't done interplanetary, like, serious interplanetary comm system. And mainly it has been, but over and over again, that like, every time I try and play KSP, it pisses me off so much. It's broken in these ways that the deeper that you go with it, and the more that you try and get out of it, the more you run into walls and stuff like that. And I'm just hoping this time I've set myself a reasonable, like, I'm not limiting myself by being bound to their systems. You know, I am as unbound as I can reasonably be while still getting the benefits of career mode. Still having, like, the money game and the science game are still here. And I'm willing to cheat at any given moment. Just open up the cheats menu and say, alright, well, screw it. This is getting boring. This isn't working right. I'm just gonna do what I have to do. To try and make it an enjoyable experience. Oh, this is actually our run up here. Yeah, this is our runway again. I didn't realize it. It's a 5-kilometer long runway or something like that. I need to get to a height where we can quick save. Yeah, I nailed that KEO stuff. Like, I was surprised. I was surprised that it worked. Actually, this would be horrible if I need to be higher than this to quick save in a prop plane. Because, again, it's Kerbal Space Program. Brakes on, brakes off. Remembering what happened last time. Yeah, I need to be higher than this because if we have to actually quick load, I have to have the time to get the prop going again and trim and all that kind of stuff without us slamming into the ground and dying immediately. So let's spin around. I'll maintain the height that we've got. We'll spin around. We'll line up with this makeshift airstrip one more time. We'll get ourselves a solid quick save so that we can take as many passes as we need until we figure out, like, what the hell is wrong with the game, that when we landed perfectly fine, it just slammed us to a halt. For no good reason. Game really that buggy? Absolutely. Absolutely. Just a mess they left here. And the user interface and the design, I'm so happy with, like, where the state of the modded game, though, is now. You know, now we've got, like, this user interface redesign that UI replacer and, what is this called, Z something, is in a Z theme. Like, at this point, the modders are fixing everything right down to, like, the graphic design of the game. And it's brilliant, because the graphic design of this game is nobody did it. You know, there was no graphic design to the game. It's ugly as sin. It was ugly as sin. But now, what do? You get scatterer, you get parallax, you get environmental visual enhancements, you get the volumetric clouds, you get these things installed, and they make the atmosphere and the terrain wonderful and beautiful to look at, and something that you actually want to spend time with. And now we've got the modders that have actually managed to replace the user interface with something that doesn't look horrific. That makes you think, hey, these guys maybe designed something here. They maybe thought about color work and whether something would be legible. Hey. But of course, it's the modders that have done it. But yeah, let's now take a pass. I've gotten an F5. I'll take one more F5. I think that's a reasonable F5. Let's take another pass. I'm gonna reduce the torque here. I'm going to trim down. And, we know just how far away that is and how long it'll take us to get there. I'm hitting the brakes on and off, just to make sure that the brakes aren't in a on but off state like it seemed like they probably were last time. We go to SAS for landing. We're within 2,200 meters, so we get a physics pop in there from the plane that we're headed toward. Target speed is okay. Let's reduce even more. Still a kilometer between us. Okay, now we can see 4 digits. Let's just not slam into the ground. Love it if the camera system were actually working right now, but we're not in chase cam like we're supposed to be. Again, like, what the hell is that? Is my question to you. What did we just lose, by the way? What even blew up? One of our, that was, it was one of our props. One of our props just blew up. I can't really explain why it is the moment that the wheels touch the ground, we get slammed, over, as though we're just immediately, we've got brakes. 100%. I'm gonna F9 one more time. But I can't explain this behavior. That wheels aren't working like wheels, you know. They're just like, and touchdown, boom! Slam into the ground. Give me you. Torque up. If anything, maybe we don't even need the torque up. We just go straight into the attempted landing here. But I will need that over there. And then torque immediately back down. Brakes. I'm hitting them. I don't know, like, what, is there something? Friction control. Spring strength 1. Damper strength 1.5. Brakes are at 15% on the front. They're at 15%. They're not really supposed to be doing anything. Friction control down to, I don't know, 0.8. Let's try and make something happen here. Let's torque limit down even further. Coming up on the plane. Torque limit just completely down. Are we SAS'd? We're not SAS'd! Alright, that was my fault. I was expecting that SAS was enabled, but we just did this, so... You know, every time I gotta turn all the same shit back on because it's Kerbal fucking Space Program. I would be less frustrated and angry and pissed off if my efforts weren't being constantly wasted by the game, you know? That's sort of the issue here. Go ahead, full torque. That I've already done like 2 good passes. There's nothing really wrong with those passes. But we got wheels on the ground and everything just turned to shit. Again, friction control, cool. Down to low. Torque limit back down for a landing kind of a thing. Brakes are fine. I can't explain anything that's been going on in the game. SAS on this time. Get some stability. Run up at this thing and we'll see how she goes this time. Gonna be, I don't know, trying to touch down my back wheel first or something. I don't know if that's possible. But we're coming up right on the thing. Yep. Torque, none. 0. Just floating in. Just floating in. Don't hit the mothership, though, please. I cannot explain this. We did not have this problem when we flew and landed it anywhere else. Now we're here trying to actually do the mission, and the moment that we touch our wheels down, we just go over. It makes no sense. We need to be able to flip the plane. I can get a Kerbal out from there, and maybe we can flip it because it's so lightweight. I think that's probably our best bet at this point. Like, clearly the Kerbal Space Program isn't going to fucking work for us today. I won't F5, but I will switch to the other vehicle. Open you up. Bill Kerman, get out here. You're going to have a bit of a long walk. Not that long, but a little bit. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about in terms of buggy piece of shit game that Squad left for us. You know, too much wheel friction. I turned the friction down to 0.8. The brakes are set to 15% and we're off. What? It's just Kerbal Space Program. It doesn't work. And that also, like, frustrated the hell out of me back in the day, is, like, there's such a fanboy community for this thing, that they always want to come up with an excuse, an explanation, like they're trying to figure out, like, well, maybe it's this, maybe it's that kind of thing. It's like, you haven't accepted yet that this game is just a piece of shit, that the people who made this thing, they want you to be creative in it, but they haven't, like, built it in such a way as you can be. The community around the game can be really, like, toxic with their desperate support of it. Like, can we all just come together and acknowledge that it's a broken, disheveled nightmare of a thing, but that it's the best we've got, and the modders have done an amazing job to make it more than what it is, the way that it's sold. You know, like, if we could all just agree, then we can have fun together with it. You know? Look at this. Look at this! You know, figuring out a way to tip your plane over because the game's physics for wheel and ground interactions are inconsistent from minute to minute is just part of the Kerbal experience. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna try... By the way, we'll be running out of electric charge now when I do this. Uses a lot to use any sort of robotics parts, but we're going to do that. Should make it easier to roll. I don't know if Bill will be able to. That's why I didn't F5 yet. Oh yeah. Yeah, Bill. Use that big old head of yours. This isn't bad. And... boom! Bill Kerman. Hang on. This seems to still have phantom forces being applied to it, so I'm just gonna... Did you see that? Did you see how it just tried to just take off? Like there's something is giving it velocity the moment that we flipped it over? There we go. Excellent. Bill, just stand by as I come over into control of the vehicle. Now I'm gonna F5. And then... rotor? Let's get a little bit of it up. Brakes off. See, and now the crazy stuff. Look at where I left friction control. It was 1.4, down from 5, which is where we had started it at. That seems like it might be a reasonable number. I don't know. Brakes. Brakes. Torque limit. Brakes. No, okay, I gotta control one and not the other. Well, actually, look. Because the blades are still spinning, so they're still creating forward momentum. And then we'll slow it down with the brakes. With the brakes. With the brakes. Yeet. Yep. Yep. It's a little bit my fault there, that one. You get so used to things just not working that you're like, you see it coming and you're like, oh, fuck it, I'll just F9. You know, it's like... The idea, here's an idea, in Kerbal Space Program, they have hardcore mode. You know, ostensibly, where you can't revert. If you put it into hard mode, right? No reverting. How did they even put that in the game as an option? Like, the game doesn't work well enough for you to not... If you played perfectly, you're still going to have, like, a vessel that just, you put it in space, you link two things together, it starts vibrating with random physics and explodes itself. If you're in hardcore mode and you can't revert, guess that's it. Like, there's the kind of evidence of just incompetency in design or concern for your game and your player base or anything like that. Hey guys, here's a mode where you won't be able to undo it when our game shits on your face. I'm sorry, it's very early in the live stream for me to be this toxic toward the game itself. But it did a whole bunch of stuff, right? Well, you know, right at the top that just pissed me off and kept going. You know, I couldn't fly the plane. Had phantom forces being applied to it at random points while I'm trying to fly it. It would just yank itself to one side. And then we go to land it and it won't land either. It's not like I just came out of nowhere with this. I don't want to be negative, especially from the outset. But if I weren't being negative at this point, well, I would just be sitting here with like a stupid look on my face, because what else is there to be in this moment? You can either, you know, call it out, or you can sit here pretending like it's not happening. There you go. This is the best use of a Kerbal right here. Use its head to nudge your spacecraft around. Oh, Jesus Christ. Mouse is outside the window. There you go. Just, yeah, something like that. And then switch over. Good. Good. No, the other way. We'll just, back this up. Get hopefully a straighter sort of a run at it this time. It will not go correctly. We've already tried this before. It will not, like, be perfect. We will struggle against this. We've already loaded this into this vessel once before. We've got an inverted torque here. Good. We'll back us up. Then we'll uninvert the direction. Get a nice line up. That's pretty nice, huh? And with the brakes on, we'll F5. Pick this back up. And don't let it get going too fast here. Okay. little bit more power, it looks like. Going to 50. $65. $75. Okay, starting to make some... I think it's moving. Let's go to 80. Now? I'll do a little bit like this. Pitch. Okay, brakes. 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 Uh-huh. This is what we expected from last time, but it's okay. We're in. I'm gonna switch over to Bill now. Bill can come in and nudge us into place. This is big old head. Okay, Bill, you're phasing through the physical objects, so that's not helping. Also, the vessel is just twisting itself. No particular forces on it that would explain the action that is happening right now, but you know, it's fine because it's a physics simulator, so you would expect physics to not work. Of all things, you could expect physics to work in a physics simulator. Heat. Now don't push it out of the crap, out of here. Yeah. And we don't even, strictly speaking, need it to be flat in the back here, but I would like it to be, obviously, surely. Tell you what, I'll get under the other wing and put some pressure on that with Bill's head from beneath, and then that should push the damn thing out. That's not what I want. I don't want you pushing it out of here. And the camera in this game. Oh my god. Oh my god. Just a horror show, huh? Well. Hey. Hey. I think you did it, Bill. I think you did it. And now the only thing is I would like it to be a little bit closer in here. Let's see if I can't gently... I don't think I can, but we'll try. Is this the drone? This is the drone. Okay, SAS off, please. Little bit of torque. Brakes off. See if we can't pull it forward. Ever so slightly. Torque off. Okay, stop. That is as good as it's going to get. And so now F5, by the way. And back over to Bill. And Bill is going to attach the tow bar. The Kerbal attachment system modded in. Something that works this well. Couldn't possibly have been put on by a squad. Attached to a vessel. And you'll attach to there. And then link mode should be docked. Which is what it seems to be saying right there. However, it could be saying if you click this button, it'll be docked. Let's see. If I switch to another vessel, We've got the cargo plane, and we got Bill, and the cargo plane and Bill. So it's docked mode, which means both of these things are one thing. That's how we want it. That's how we need it. Bill Kerman, this is your life. Bill Kerman, this is your life. Let's head back to the desert airstrip now. Jump in here. How do I... No, I clicked on you. Board. And now there's just this guy. Close this up. Brilliant. Go ahead and F5. And now we have to try and get this thing into the air. And look at how just fine it is with with these wheels. Oh, boy, it's just fine with these wheels is what it is. I feel like this is getting worse over time. SAS for you? No? Oh, God. I think this is general. Let's get underway. I've F5'd, so we don't need to light duty rotor is not... No, motor is not engaged. Disengage. And then this plane, throttle up. I need to engage the engines, actually. Activate engine. Activate engine. Throttle up. I know we've got brakes on. This is how you do it. Now we release the brakes. Pray for us. Pray for us. Pray for us. I'm pulling up. Now! Okay. The Lord heard your prayers. Gear in. We're flying. Gonna trim hard. Trim harder. Okay. Whew. We need to make 500 meters up so that I can have 5, because this is going well, finally, again. Whew, after a lot of work. Get to 500 meters, and as soon as we got 500 meters, F5. Okay. We're rolling. I don't have to be continuously venomous now. Till we go to land again. Till we have to interact with the surface of the Earth again in Kerbal Spaceport. If a wheel touches the ground, this is what I've said for a while, anywhere that a wheel touches the ground in this game, you gotta ask, does this work? Is this working? Is this how it's meant to work? You. Activate navigation. Shouldn't that mean that it would show on my ball? It does. I think it's coming around the ball right now. This is a big old craft, big old jet. And it turns like one and feels like one. Get into chase, please. Okay. Remember, there's some serious mountains out here. I'm gonna get us pointed at the desert. What do you call it? Every time that I go to call it something, I'm like, it's not an airfield, it's not a launch site, it's both of those things. So I just gotta say, like, the Desert Space Agency. It's the DSA or something, you know? It's the whole package. F5 again. Okay, trim, trim, trim. Shake, shake, shake that booty. Shake that booty. Shake, shake, shake it. Doom, doom. Shake, shake, shake. Alright. We are now headed in the correct direction. We've got good trim. We're flying. No SAS. Condor 70 says, Desert Spaceport. Hey, I like that. Desert Spaceport. Ren Phoenix just started playing Kerbal Space Program. You watching, Ren? Hmm? You getting in to try and figure out why it is that them wheels don't work and the fucking thing and the other phantom forces? This is a much quicker flight, by the way, from where we started to the Desert Spaceport. I don't know, Desert Spaceport sounds like it should be in space, though, doesn't it? The desert's in space, the port's in space. My stream bugged out and froze. Glad to see the mothership is in the air, says Dinnerbone. Thank you for reporting that. Let me just have a quick look at the stream health. Stream is healthy. Stream status is excellent. Okay. Just checking on the YouTube end of things. Just have to look in on that. I'm live streaming simultaneously to Twitch and YouTube, and boy, is it so convenient and consistent and normal. It is such a hassle getting a live stream started at this point. I'm pretty sure every time that I edit a live stream on YouTube, it sends out a notification as though I just published a video. I haven't even started to go live on the live stream. I'm just configuring the title and description of the live stream. I click save, and it sends out a notification. Rodin Pawn's got a new video. No, I don't. It's the beginnings. It's what I have to do. And what does YouTube intend for me to do with this live stream system? Because it seems like what I'm supposed to do is go live and then configure the information, or go live unlisted and then switch it over to pub. That's what I'm going to have to do from now on, because I can't just have it, you know, sending out these false notifications on a regular basis. I'm going to come around and land this way. So we'll head out here first. We can trim down because we definitely need to lose this height now. We can also start reducing throttle. It's a big long turn for this kind of, you know, I can force it, but it definitely feels this kind of thing like it's not something you should give some angle and then pull up on. You know, you should just give it the angle and let it drift. Huge plane. Okay. Now once more. Yeah, you need a much wider turn than this. But I will be pulling up on it. Potheads is back in the mothership. What, did everybody's YouTube turn to shit for a second? My stream health says that it's fine. Did YouTube take a crap? Gear out. Coming in for our first ever landing at the Desert Airstrip. And I can say that because this is the Desert Airstrip. But we're going to talk about the site itself. I feel a little bit like, oh, what should I be saying here? Okay. Got some pretty good trim for our speed. Slowing it down a little bit more. Gonna want a little yaw. A little bit more trim now that we're getting slow. Okay, this is loading in the 3 tanks that are out here. I made a tank for you people, just as a prop. I can't wait to show you the tank when we land. The tank design is pretty damn cool. Okay, no throttle now. I really need to F5 before we attempt these. I forgot again. Are we on the ground? No, we're not. Boy, it feels like we're on the ground. Go ahead and get down now. Thank you. Now, we're gonna brake, but ever so, you know, in phases here. Brakes on, brakes off, brakes on, brakes off. Yeah, see that? See how it grabbed like a motherfucker? What the hell? What is the setting on you for brakes? 125%. Well, that'll do it. That needs to be a little bit less authoritative, apparently, than that. There's no brakes on the front of it, though. Okay. Well, we have landed at the desert airstrip, right over by all this stuff that is now ours. All of this is as far as the eye can see, it's all ours. Because we spied on it and stuff. You were just getting food? Okay, cool. Dinnerbone had some trouble and I want to make sure. Alright, so let's shut down the engines. Excellent. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to recover this craft as it is. We've made it, we flew from the KSC to the other side of the mountains, then we flew our little drone, probe, our little spy drone, which is in here. We flew that over and spied on this facility, and got some pictures of some very odd stuff that's going on over there. And then we flew back, loaded it all in, and finally landed here at the desert site. I think I'm going to recover this, and then we're going to bring a Kerbal. We'll send Bill back out in his golf cart. Out here, though. Yeah. So, F5 and recover this vessel. And then we'll truly explore on the ground what it was that was going on here at the desert base, because whatever it was, it weren't right. It sure enough weren't right. So, we get all of our money back for our plane, and it cost a lot, apparently, to put that thing in the air. We're back up to over 100,000 Kerbucks here. Let's jump into the spaceplane hangar. And in fact, we'll want to load this over to the VAB, but we'll open up golf cart. We'll make sure Bill Kerman's in there. And we'll transfer it over to the VAB, where I can then launch it to the desert launch site. I think that's where we want to be. Let me just make sure that Bill came with us across the transition. He didn't. You dumbass fucking game built my monkeys. Desert launch site. Desert launch site in a tic-tac. So now we can finally get an on-the-ground visual estimation of what nefarious deeds were being done out here at this desert air site that we got pictures of from above. And immediately I'm noticing a giant eggplant. So, Bill, let's get down here and investigate. Turn the lights on, Bill. Brakes. Okay, you're fine, Bill. You're fine. Take the Kerbal golf cart to investigate. Pawn, why are you up so early? Normally your streams are like 12 hours from now. Mephistopheles? Yeah, they've been like this. Because of my sleep schedule. How you doing, Mephistopheles? So, it looks like something happened here. Something definitely happened here. Right? And if we look over here, the other side, you see, we've got a dead Kraken next to the launch pad for some reason. And, it almost looks like they were trying to hide their militarization. The armaments that they've got here. But I'm seeing some tanks. And they all seem to be aimed at the dead Kraken. I mean, who's to say? Maybe the Kraken fell over dead of a heart attack, and then these guys came along and just parked up to make sure that the Kraken didn't get back up. But I'm gonna guess that they probably had a little bit of a fight. My main, question is, what was the mission that ended up with a Kraken on the launch pad, The Kraken can't even fit on this launch pad, so... What ship could they have brought back with this on board of it? Perhaps we can use a drill to extract resources or data from his eye. The eye that fell out or the one that's still attached? Hey.
What did you do? Start Kerbal War 69?
The Emperor gave Order 69. Do it. Kill the Kraken. Do it. Germasian resubscribing for their 75th month. Thank you for the continuing support. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. So, let me introduce you to the tanks that are now ours because we inherited this site, right? These tanks were here. If you buy a house and it's got a garage and inside the garage turns out to be a Lamborghini, you own the Lamborghini. If you bought that house, you bought that land, and it just happens to have some gold bars, and that's yours now. So, we own these tanks. Let me introduce you to our tanks. So our tanks, by the way, we have a rotating turret. Oh, okay, and here's the space agency. So it was Jebediah. Okay, now this is all starting to come together. Jebediah Kerman, Kraken on the pad, tanks. This is all, You know, nobody's heard from Jeb in a number of years. He was suspected to be dead. This could be someone operating under his name, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's the man himself. Yeah. But so, in fact, what we should do is I will pilot this over, and Bill can take this this tank for a test drive for us. Right now, I believe we're piloting off of a drone, a probe core. But let's get a man inside this thing, and Bill can show us how to do war. How is war done? Let's pull over to Bill and get a comparison of the size of the crafts, by the way. Went a little past it. Okay. Bill, step on out for me. And if you'll just enter the craft from the front, you'll see that there's enough of an incline here that if a Kerbal just steps up to it, then they can climb on top. Get up to this size. Get to this location. And then grab the ladder. Here. And then board. And now Bill is inside the tank. Grab your seat, Bill. Unfortunately, without lowering the chair, is there a way to lower the chair? You can't really see out, but you could, in theory, if you just duck your head a little bit or, adjusted the chair. But that's no problem, Bill, because you've got night vision. You've got a camera on the exterior. That's not the right craft. I don't know why this system just finds any nearby craft and attaches to it. I think this is the right one. Where's the goddamn mouse cursor? Holy fucking shit, it works great. It works great. There we go. Brakes off. Brakes. The brakes. Am I not in control of this vessel? I'm not in control of this vessel. Now I'm in control of this vessel, and now I can switch into the camera. Holy shit. There we go. Alright, let's take her for a spin here, Bill. So, we've got it's actually a spy tank. Spy tank? It's a stealth tank, that's it. It's a stealth tank. Incidentally, the camera is attached to the turret. So, as you can see, we've got a little nubbin here to mark when the turret is at the center, so you can realign it to steer correctly, kind of a thing. And, importantly, the cannon does work. If you had to, fire on a Kraken of some kind, you could just Like that. Just take your shots. One more shot. There we go. Good. This is the amount of effort that I put into this damn thing for you people. And it's just like... it's just like, God damn it. It's just scenery, you know? To the scene that I set up with the boys down at the lab. Did you see the mod for the solar system that was supposed to be added in KSP2 before, you know, I think it came out a few months ago, but I only saw it the other day? No. Mod for the solar system. Supposed to be added? No, I didn't see that, Mephistopheles. But yeah, so you can check it out. That's so cool. I did it. But, you know, I'm looking at it now after the fact, and it's pretty damn cool. This thing, by the way, runs on, it's electric. It's not nuclear. But I needed the 1.21 gigawatts in order to... it's electric, but it's running on LFO. So if we get under here, we see we've got great big old fuel tanks, a couple of them. Carrying our liquid fuel oxidizer, and then under the hood we have fuel cells converting the LFO into the electricity that we need in order to run the whole thing. All 10 of the wheels are actually engaged, and so we can get this thing up to a pretty decent speed. A little bit over 20 meters per second if you're just going, you know, flat out, no turning kind of a thing. See how fast we can get going. And just aim at this tower here. 19.8, 20. We hit 20. Getting up to 21. Also, it's a tank. Importantly, it's a goddamn tank, and so you can hit things with it. You can actually hit, like, I built this thing to actually be able to take the impacts. This has an 80 meter per second impact tolerance in every goddamn direction. Oh hey, look, it's the little administration building. They put one out here. The Tier 0 administration building. I recognize the bent flag. But yeah, there's... You could go to war with this sumbitch. And if things were to, okay, go wrong for you. By the way, check that out. We've got wind turbines over here. If you were, you know, in a bad way, you know, another tank were firing on you or something like that, and, you know, you needed to get out in a hurry, you needed to, like, death was imminent, you could always just hit the emergency eject system. And there you go. Those are all of the features of the of the tank that I've made for you here. And by the way, this is still drivable because it's got a probe core in it. However, it's Kerbal Space Program, and Kerbal Space Program is shit, and so even though this thing was set in the VAB to command point forward, control point forward, huh? Control point forward, huh? Yeah. It's... I don't know. Like, it's not changing the ball when I change control point forward. It's Kerbal Space Program. It's a piece of shit. We all know it. Do it again. I wasn't looking, says Mephistopheles. Okay. I've got more tanks. You want me to do it again? I'll do it again. We'll just steer this thing at the Kraken and then say, abandoned ship! Importantly, nothing, you know, whatever blew up there was nothing of significance. Our you know, lander can is still intact. What did blow up there? I pressed F3, but nothing came up. F3 is supposed to show the menu. Oh, that's because I'm intercepting it for Houston.
For who?
For Houston. For him to be able to speak is when I press F3. But yeah, these are our tanks. And we now own them, except for the fact that I just destroyed, you know, most of them. It's fine. We'll recover the mess. And also, Bill, I hope you didn't, you know, if you weren't too fond of that golf cart, Bill, because... I'm really proud of that little animation right there. Took a lot to figure out exactly how you configure, like, the hydraulic cylinder has to have a high traverse rate with low damping so that it will, you know, move quickly, kind of a thing. And then what's happening is we're animating the throttle on this engine, which needs to have the fuel actually attached to it. It actually has to come through. And there is like a port somewhere here. There's a fuel line somewhere. There's a transfer all the way to the front of it, and then we throttle up and throttle down really quickly. Well, we also do a traverse rate animation on the hydraulic cylinder. I like it. Yeah. So I think what I'm gonna do then is I'll leave one of these, the one tank that's still intact. I think I'll leave it out here. Should I? Why not? Why the hell not? But I think we should put it over by the, Put it over by the airstrip. Anybody tries to land a plane at our airstrip that shouldn't be there, we'll give them one of those. Interesting factoid about this one. I designed this first, this tank, with parts that it turned out we haven't unlocked yet in our career mode. So I had to change what types of wheels and what this was made of, and I also had to use these little fuel cells instead of the big ones because we just haven't unlocked them yet. And the interesting part of that is that I think it's better now. I think this is a better version of it. These 10 wheels are better than the ruggedized wheel. I had 8 of the ruggedized wheel, and they were sketchier somehow. They also, like, you couldn't turn at full speed because they would get you going too fast. So, but this is stable. You can get up to 22 meters per second, or you can get up to its top speed and then start whipping it around and it'll be fine. Can you do this? Can you skid out? You can even skid out to a stop. So here's my thought for the placement of our tank. Nope. I meant to go to you. Not you, not you, you. I meant to go to you, and then we'll just like point it up the airstrip. So that if we have to, we can open fire on any crafts that are landing without authorization. Yeah. And now, where's Bill, by the way? Bill was in one of these guys. I think this one? Here's Bill Kerman, right here. So let's recover this. And one of the benefits of having taken over this airfield, or taken over the desert site, just the desert site, we'll call it, is that we get all this stuff, and so we're going to get the money for it, right? You know, in truth, when I made these things, I gave myself exactly the amount of money in order to put them out on the pad, and kept us at our even, you know, amount of money. Now we're going to get them all, because they were here, and we took into possession here, so it's an extra source of income for us. Recover the craft. we now own the desert site. And now, since we own the desert site, what we can do is... I had no plans. I have no plans for the desert site. None at all. Let's go to the tracking station to recover the rest of the stuff here. Are we getting money for this? Because I swear that we had 111 before I recovered this stuff, and now... By the way, they were codenamed the Cowboy Bebop OP1. And if you get the reference is that the anime Cowboy Bebop, the opening song for that anime, is called Tank. It's the one that goes doom 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 doom. As a drummer, I really like the it's really, jazzy and offbeat and stuff. I really like that thing. Recover the Cowboy Bebop OP1 probe. Yes. That was worth 14,250 in parts. Recover the other chunk of it. Yes. That was worth... I didn't notice. Recover the other chunk of it. That was worth 13,000 in parts. And then golf cart landed at Kerbal where? It's the golf cart at the desert airfield. We will recover that as well. Actually, no. We got the Cowboy Bebop OP1. There are multiples of it though. Now I don't know which is the right one. That's okay. We need to clear the runway as well. There's a bit of a kraken, is the thing, and we can't just leave that out. We stole this site away from the last owners by blackmailing them with pictures of the kraken. We can't leave ourselves vulnerable to that. So, let's go ahead and just clean that up a little bit. Dead kraken. How do we delete? Delete the instance. There we go. Never happened. Nobody never saw nothing. Looks like there's chunks of things that will need to be recovered. We can recover this now as well. And the last tank that's out here then should be the one that we leave out. Yeah, that guy. Cover this vessel. Just got to clean up a little bit, come into possession of a disused property. You're going to be... You're going to be having to clean out the attic. Parts. 3,000 bucks in parts. Back to the tracking station. I saw some debris out there that we'll want to pick up. So, debris. It should be related to... In fact, just debris. Show me just debris. Cowboy Bebop OP1 debris. Recover. And then we've got Condor Delivery, Mark II. I feel like our debris has not been coming down as it's supposed to. Londo? Oh shit, I left this up here. That's the first thing that I've actually left up. We were supposed to make sure that it had a periapsis to, go away. But it doesn't. What about other stuff? We've got Mark I debris for the probe, for this probe here, that has had a periapsis of 33 kilometers forever. It needs to go away, so I'm terminating it. Goodbye. Comsat debris. Again, has a periapsis of 22, but has survived because this game sucks. Terminate. Some more debris. That should have burned up in the atmosphere. It's got a periapsis of 34. Terminate. More. Periapsis 34. Terminate. God, what a fucking mess they leave, huh? Is this... Okay, periapsis of 29, I think. Kind of hard to read it because it's green on blue. Yep, terminate that. About you, 29, terminate. Where's your parry? 39. Nope, 29, terminate. Something the game is supposed to do for you, but they would have had to finish it. Care. 39. That actually is 39. What was this from? Comset Delivery Mark 1? It's been long enough. 84 days. It would have come down by now. Terminate. And then LFO tow Mark 5 debris. Sorry? You got a periapsis of 32. Terminate. And then this is the only piece of debris that I've left up here. Has an app of 800 and some and a parry of 75. Oops. I actually left something up. Let's go fly it. Like, what is the state of it? What is it, actually? It's time for a live stream break, by the way. We just came from like a really exciting thing that involved a kraken and tanks and whatnot, and now it's time for a live stream. I'm like, let's delete our debris. But yeah, we're headed toward a live stream break. So, yeah, this craft, I have no way of controlling it at this point. It also has no resources remaining. Yeah, we used this to just push up toward the moon, and I circularized first, I'm remembering now, and I just shouldn't have. So now we have a bit of debris. We have some debris in space that's supposed to be there, in addition to the 9 that we just deleted that weren't supposed to be there. Wonderful. But yeah, that's the first 2 hours of the live stream, so now we need to figure out what the hell comes next. Because I didn't unlock the desert site to do something with it the way that we did Woomerang. I just did it to do it, you know. Let's switch out of debris only, turn debris off. Although that bit of debris actually probably should be, it's fine. It's fine. F6, and the audio goes away, and it's time for a live stream break. We're going to step away for 7 minutes. I'll play some music, I'll roll some ads, and when we come back, we'll figure out what the next mission is. Actually, we get to pay ourselves for the mission we just did, and then we figure out what the next mission is. This damn cord. So stick with me across this live stream break. Don't go anywhere. Meet me back here in 7. Pawn not out.
I can't explain glacial motion. Oh, why Los Angeles don't drop into the ocean. I can't unravel the layers of mystery, or piece together the tragedy of history. 'Cause those lucky suckers, they didn't have to work. Big 3D billboards and big 30-foot smurfs. Everybody wants to be naked and famous. Everybody wanna be just like me, I'm naked and famous. I knew a poet said she didn't like the smell of it, then took her clothes off in a restaurant for the hell of it. I knew a DJ what lived in seclusion. Reality and sobriety were her only delusions. But those lucky bastards, they didn't have to work. Make 3D billboards and big 30-foot smurfs. Every My dinner's on fire while she watches TV. And if you've ever wondered what it's like to be me, she takes all my money, leaves me no smokes, yells at my buddies, insults my folks. I'm breaking my back, doing the best that I can. She got time for the dog, but none for a man. And I can't cope, cause I lost all hope. So hit the fucking road and piss up a rope. You can piss up a rope. You can put on your shoes, hit the road, get trucking, pack your bags. I don't need the ag. On your knees, you big booty bitch, start sucking. You ride my ass like a horse in a saddle. Now you're up Shit's Creek with a turd for a paddle. And I can't cope, piss up a rope. Well, you can piss up a rope and feel the pissy dribble. You can piss up a rope and watch me giggle. The last 6 months I've been packing your bags. Now you can wash my balls with the warm wet rag till my balls feel smooth and soft like silk. I'm sick of your mouth and your 2% milk. And I'm no dope, but I can't cope. So hit the fucking road and piss up a rope. You can piss up a rope. You can put on your shoes, hit the road, get trucking, pack your bags. I don't need the ag. On your knees, you big booty bitch, start sucking. You ride my ass like a horse in a saddle. Now you're up Shit's Creek with a turd for a paddle. And I can't cope, I piss up a rope. You can piss up a rope. You can put on your shoes, hit the road, get trucking, pack your bags.
Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn. Welcome back to twitch.tv and youtube.com/RonanPawn live stream on twitch.tv and youtube.com/Ronan Pawn.
And I can't go, I piss up a rope.
That, by the way, is a song by Ween. If you liked it, that was my cover of a song by Ween called "Piss Up a Rope," and we're playing Kerbal Space Program. Hey, and I'm making sure that things still work. You could make a troop carrier version of the tank. Suggest your Mason for what our next mission could be. Mephistopheles says, "Nuke the desert site." I don't know how you could do that. Maybe Kerbal Constructs allows you to delete existing stuff? I don't know. Back in. Thank you. So yeah, we need to pay ourselves for this mission. Maybe. I was sort of tossing it back and forth whether or not we should pay ourselves for this mission. You know, we benefited materially by gaining access to the desert airstrip and launch site, and we also got the value of those tanks out of having run the mission and things like that. But then I thought about it, the counter argument for like not paying ourselves is that we paid ourselves for Woomerang. We paid ourselves for the Woomerang mission, where we went out and unlocked that. So why wouldn't we pay ourselves equally for unlocking this guy? You know, we gave ourselves a mission to spy on the competition, and it involves creating multiple craft, and it was a very involved mission, so I think we should get paid. What kind of mission does it count as, though? I think it would be exploration, survey, or transport, which is a pretty standard base $25,000 type mission. Were there crewmen required? There was one required. Bill Kerman came along. Mr. Vatnadal was, by the way, the pilot of that thing. It was supposed to be Mr. Vatnadal's mission, but Bill ended up being sort of the star of it. It wasn't even supposed to be there. A pilot and an engineer, we could say that it required two, you know. It did ultimately require, that's hell with it, I'm saying, too. There was no science return, spheres of influence, or biomes, or bodies. We should run some science out at the desert site. Hmm? Huh? We should run some science out there. We haven't been to the desert until now. I don't think we count that. Extra crafts in group, there was one. Extra craft. It wasn't a milestone mission. And so, that's it. It's 52,500 is how much that's worth for us. We're starting with 142756. 142756. Yes. And so I should end on 195,256. So 195 is what we're aiming for there. Okay. 195 is where we'll pay ourselves to. So we pull up the cheat menu and we give ourselves money. 195. It's supposed to be 1952 though, because there's 500 in there. So 194 would be the nearest without going over. 194 rounds up to 195. 195756 would round up to 196. So if we're aiming for 195, then this is what we're allowed to pay ourselves. Okay, we're almost back up to 200,000 bucks in the program here. Before we move on to anything, let me show you the tank. Let me show you a little bit closer what I worked on between live streams here for you people. Not for me, not because I enjoyed it and had a good time. No. Cowboy Bebop OP1, which is the tank, by, what's her name? Yoko Kanno? Yoko Kanno, I think is her name, and she's responsible for so much amazing anime music. You have no idea unless you have an idea. So this is the tank that I built. If we start ripping it apart, it's kind of what needs to happen here. We've got a Terrier liquid fuel engine with the, a mode that doesn't have any collar to it, attached to a hydraulic cylinder. And I was very methodical about, making sure that if this thing flips upside down and slams into something, it's still protecting the lander can that's inside of here. It does actually do the job. You know, the armor is actually doing the armor job in here. In order to enable the emergency rocket, the emergency jettison system, we've got a couple of Separatrons under here. If we look at the center of mass for the craft when it detaches, so when we bounce off of there, see the center of mass is about here. Importantly, when we do enable the abort systems, which is triggered by hitting 5, the target extension collapses instantly. So the center of mass moves even further back on this thing, so as to put it in a place where when we blow these off, we won't... I was trying to get it so that it would go and land like that, and it does most of the time. It does go off in a with a forward momentum, but then it flattens out and hits the ground and skids to a stop without having a whole bunch of bouncing around stuff going on. In order to make it work, in order to make the cannon here work, we need to pass the liquid fuel up to the top here, because the liquid fuel will not pass through the structural panel, which again exists here so that when the thing hits the ground, when you jettison it, it won't blow up the Mark 1 lander can inside. I have truly armed this thing as though it were going to war. These have an 80 millis... It's either 50 or an 80 meter per second, impact tolerance. So does everything that's wrapped around it. And then underneath it, we've got our liquid fuel, which adds up to, what do we got, 180 liquid fuel between these two guys, and that is constantly being turned into electricity by a bank of, is it 14? Or it might have gone up to 16. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. 16 fuel cells in order to create enough electricity to both operate these wheels and be able to be spinning the turret via the rotation servo at the same time, while still making enough electricity to not be actually losing electricity, still be positive on the creation of electricity. Could add a fuel port for refilling, suggests Germasian. Yeah, this was actually the final design, and that is really annoying in, like, working on this thing. You see all those goddamn attachment nodes all over the place? When you're aiming for a certain one, it's quite a nuisance. Especially like the middle ones, when you're trying to attach to a middle one, it's like, no, I'm gonna find the 8 others every time and never find the one in the middle. But that was the one that I ended up using. The original, that I designed in creative mode first. Yeah, I can just not save this. So the boys down at the lab actually designed it. Is this one, and see how this is 96 parts? This is 76 parts. Yeah, don't worry about it. And this is the original, and you'll notice we're using the larger ruggedized wheels, so there's only 4 of them. You'll also note that we're using the modular girder segment XL instead of what gets used in the other one, which is the modular girder segment. So I'm using 2 of those instead of like 4. And then underneath the hood in this model, we've got the fuel cells, but we're using the fuel cell array. And so you can get away with only using 2 fuel cell arrays instead of the 16 fuel cells that were needed to make the other one work. And as I said, actually, I think the other one is better. When you run all of these wheels at once, they give you too much speed, and you can actually just flip the craft by just driving it when it gets going too fast. So I had to disable some of the wheels. Whereas in the other version, where we've got 10 wheels, one, it looks more tank-like. If I go back, this looks a little bit more like a tread system to have those many, many wheels. But also, even when all of these wheels are running simultaneously and together, they don't make enough speed for you to tip over just by driving it, which is nice. And I did go out of my way to try and make it, tank-like, in the idea that there would be like a little where you can see out physically kind of a thing, with the redundancy of having a camera system. But I wanted there to be where you could visually, look out of the tank and actually see something from inside. Unfortunately, there was no way for me to get the lander can at the right place for the Kerbal to be able to see. Kerbal just sits too damned high in it. If you're in the lander can, like, the window is actually looking kind of down from where the Kerbal sits, and yeah, nothing I could do about that. But that's the Cowboy Bebop OP1. And now it's, part of our collection of things, because we inherited it from unlocking that facility. So what would be up next in terms of missions? Or the better question is, what would be fun to do at this point? I've got a list of proposed missions that I wrote up before I started this Kerbal Space Program playthrough here. And I can now mark off Spy on the Desert Launch Site. That is done. Let's see, I've got Refine the White Whale, Provide Empty Storage. I think we did this on the last live stream. Seating for Return Astronauts, yes. Eliminate Excess Tow Bars, yes. Robotics-Enabled Arm with a Tow Bar. We did all of that.
You are but one.
I can knock that off my list. What? I was going to say the Whiskel Reviews, and then, no, that is not at all correct. The Whiskerivers, it looks very German. Nice, dude. I was stationed in Okinawa 2 years ago. Hello, thank you for the follow. Okinawa? 俺は誰だと思ってやがる、外人。 Hanoino no namae wa nan desu ka? She's like, Hanoino no namae wa nan desu ka? What is the dog's name over there? Some of these things I just say them and I'm like, what? What does that mean again? It's Whiskey Rivers. Oh, the Whiskey Rivers. I see it. I see it now. Okay. Legendary Japanese. Oh shit. What do I got? I got another one. It's I can't remember. I can't remember how it starts. Shit. It's a Naruto line that translates to I will never give up, for that is my ninja way. And I just like throwing that out like in any given context. What else have we got on the list here? An ultralight propeller-driven airfoil. I mean, I've messed with that, and it's not fun. And it's kind of what we did for our probe, our spy probe there. As a matter of fact, you know, while we're sitting here, because I know my last live stream, we're doing these very early morning, so a lot of people have been missing them, or at least missing the beginnings of them. I haven't reposted them yet. So let me just put up the White Whale Mark 14. This is our boat for going out and recovering crew with. On the last live stream, we refined it. The main improvement being this this tow arm, which is on we've got a hinge. Okay, that goes in the wrong direction. Before you hit that hinge, I think you want to actually extend this hinge. Is there another hinge up here? How do we decide that we were going to do this? You get the telescopic joint and you park it forward, and then and then what? Then we can like go down to a flat angle on this guy, and then you can spin it to win it. Yeah, then you can flip it out like this, get it pointed out to sea. Just remembering the plan here. It should be 0 degrees. Yeah, get it pointed out to sea. And then from here, we can extend the tow bar as far down as that, and this one can also go to its maximum extension. And so we can tow something, you know, as far out as like back here behind us with that tow bar in theory. We've also, of course, got the winch that we can do if we want a non-rigid tow, and we've got resource transfer station, all this from Kerbal Attachment Systems. Sorry, I'm in the drive-thru, just got off work, almost 6 a.m. What is it we're creating today? Yeah, I don't know. We were just looking at the mission to see what the next, or looking at like my mission proposals to see what we would do next. But as long as something's got to be in the background here while I look, I'm a pretty big fan of the white whale here. The mouth of the white whale opens, by the way. It's also robotically enabled so that you can kind of scoop stuff up from the front. But let's leave that on the screen while I pull up my list. So, things to do on Kerbin, or that are Kerbin related. Reusable space shuttle. I'm not ready to breach into that kind of territory at this point. A ferry to the island. We've already made a ship. I don't think I want to make another ship. I'm pretty happy with this ship. I would just modify this ship in order to make a ferry. The LKO refueling platform. Fuel it, add monoprop storage to it, or add a convenient refueling arm. I don't think we're in a position to do any of that until we can actually transfer fuel from like Minmus or the moon or something like that. I don't think it's worth trying to do anything additional to the refueling platform. We've got a low Kerbin orbit ISS, an International Space Station with a lab attached to it. That's an interesting idea to start undertaking, is to make our first, you know, proper space station. But in particular, you know, this would be like a scientific space station. It would be an ISS. because I've also got on this list to make an LKO tourist space station separately. So it would be a lot of room for Kerbals to sleep and you know, a lot of crew containing space, whereas the ISS wouldn't need as much crew as it would need equipment. I've also got a one-seater jet, a cargo plane, and a helicopter are on the list of things to be done around Kerbin. So these are the ideas I've got written down for that. Last mission, last live stream, we sent, I'm looking for it now in the list here, a scientific probe with a camera launched past the moon and sent solar. We did that. So we have like started in on moon stuff. I've also got in the list here an idea to do an impact test on the moon with a camera. Seems kind of silly to just do an impact test. Maybe that's something we attach to another mission that's going to the moon already. I've got the idea to do 2 comm satellites, both leading and trailing the moon, on the same orbit but outside the moon's sphere of influence, so that they will be like, you know, comm satellites for the moon that will always be, you know, they'll be they'll serve the same function as a geostationary satellite, because they'll always be above, right in front of the moon and right behind it, you know, traveling with it. That's an idea. Am I a Moonie now? I haven't joined that cult. Is this a science career, or are these just fun missions? It's career mode, but we're making up our own missions so that we can get the most fun out of it. I make the missions. We don't talk to Gene Kerman in Mission Control. He's a lunatic. He goes out and gets us contracts that make no goddamn sense. He's like, hey, what if you took temperature readings above 16,000 before you even have like a jet engine that can go that high? You know, just take some temperature just above this tiny little space. I guess we'll just do it with a rocket. Oh, why don't you do it with 3 of them at the same time? The man's a madman. His proposals for missions are ridiculous. I fired him. He does still live in there though, but that's just out of the kindness of my heart. I don't know. He has nowhere else to go. So, comm satellites for the moon is a mission. Resource scan using a polar satellite at the moon. I want to do this in a way that makes sense too, for like, you know, we went to the moon, we did a flyby of the moon. What would be the next like elevation of what you would do? You know, before you just try landing on the moon or something like that. You'd want to secure an orbit, but you'd want there to be a purpose of the orbit, not just to, you know, not just to orbit it. You're putting something up there, and I think it would make sense to do the resource polar, you know, scan. Do a ScanSat mission to map the moon. We get a better idea. Maybe we put 2 different cameras on it, visual and resource, and we get a better idea of, we're trying to, you know, we're studying the moon, but we've got in our heads that we're going to do a landing mission at some point. We're going to, you know, that kind of a thing. So we're studying the moon with a polar. I think that's a good idea to do. That could be our next mission. Gene is tenured, so he has to stay in some capacity, even if it's as a glorified janitor. Yeah, the building is shut down, nobody goes in there, but, you know, he can do what he wants. Are you a part of the Church of Thermodynamics? That cult? Okay, and we crashed. A flyby of Minmus proposes Dramatian. I don't want to do Minmus yet. Minmus is like dessert. Minmus is fun. Minmus is good. Minmus. You get to go to Minmus. We're at Minmus. You know, it's easy. It's got all the resources on it. This is where we'll get our fuel. We'll transfer. Minmus is like, yay! You want to save Minmus until you're into like hour, you know, 112 of that save file, and you're like, God, I hate this fucking game. That's when you do Minmus. You don't do it early. You save it. Rough timeline of moon missions in real life: flyby, impact, orbit, soft land, which is a failure, impact again, finally soft land, manned, and then rover. Ah, well, I do have an impact test planned. Maybe we launch something that does... We launch a platform, right? We're gonna go polar. We did the flyby. We're gonna go polar. And this will be with a probe, and it'll be for scientific purposes. So it could be like multiple scientific purposes at one. One would be to map the surface, and the other one could be to launch an impact test. I don't want to like rush it, but also I don't like the moon. The moon is, it's boring to look at. It's horrifically rough terrain. It's ugly to look at. It's hard to land on, relatively speaking. Like there's both not enough gravity and too much gravity. You know, it's a difficult. I always, one of the reasons that we're not playing with like Gene Kerman's missions and stuff, or one of the things that bothers me is that Kerbal Space Program wants to send you to the moon first, and it's like, for the sake of player tutorialization and onboarding, Minmus is where you would send a new player because it's doable, it's easy. It's, even though it's further out there, it's easier, except in that there's an inclination change to get to it. But other than that, landing Minmus is, in comparison to the moon, and having enough delta V to get there, in comparison to the moon, yeah. So I simultaneously don't want to rush it, but I also don't, I kind of want to rush it because I don't really want to, I don't love the moon. Rough terrain equals more fun. I at least, Minmus kind of sucks for like land-based vehicles. There's that. Like rovers on Minmus, it's like, what do you even do? In fact, for years, one of my ideas, I might have it in here. Did I delete it? One of my ideas for Minmus. Boys down at the lab. It would probably be in the spaceplane hangar. Do I have the Minmus roller? This was one of my ideas for Minmus for years, and I keep trying to make it, and it never quite works out. But it's the Minmus roller, and the idea is to have a zero fuel way of moving around the surface of Minmus that also is, you know, safe, and, you know, you can make a bunch of speed, but it's going to be okay. And so we use the steerable landing gear with the idea, I don't know that this works, but the idea is the impact tolerance is 325 meters per second on these things. So you're creating a cocoon for your Kerbal to sit in, so that if it slams into the ground at 325 meters per second, I'm pretty sure that's enough speed to actually deorbit Minmus. I'm pretty sure like 180 and you're going around from the surface, kind of a thing. So you can't blow up in this thing, would be the idea. And then it would spin itself using light-duty rotors, trying to keep your Kerbal in place. That's why there's SAS units here. Wait, that's battery. You're sitting on an SAS unit here. So you're using reaction wheels to try and hold the Kerbal where they are while you spin these things either side of them. And they all have their brakes on, so they're creating friction and throwing you forward. It's a very not a lot of control way of moving around Minmus, but I was always trying to come up with a way to move around Minmus that just made sense, that was, you know, not a rover, because you just get going and then, you know, a little incline and suddenly, and you're just going. And it's fine, you can, you know, you make something that's got RCS to it and you can land it and stuff. It just didn't make any sense. It seemed like a rover is fundamentally the wrong kind of thing to bring to Minmus, so I tried to invent something that made sense on Minmus. I don't know if this does make sense. I don't know if it works. Actually, in real life, they landed on the moon before achieving orbit. Oh, really? So they did a kind of suicide dive just straight to landing before, like, having a true capture scenario, huh? In fact, thinking of that, so the other thing I think that I've made that the boys down at the lab have made with Minmus in mind is the RCS backpack. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's not like we're doing anything with it. But here's the RCS backpack. Yeah, there's the RCS backpack. So, just a whole bunch of RCS with some forward ports, and then you've got a tiny, tiny, wee babby little variable thruster block at the tip of the whole thing, and, you know, have fun. Something designed for moons. I think I'm down for the idea of heading to the moon and doing a ScanSat kind of a thing. What sort of a vessel do we already have? Do we already have in the VAP that can get us to the moon? We've done the Condor, and I think, yeah, I think this got us our moon flyby, and that was our payload. So let's start from here and see what we can do. This will not be a science gathering mission in the sense of, you know, gathering actual science with mystery goo and stuff like that. I'm just gonna yank all this stuff off. Just throw it away. Let's make you the center core part. Rip you off. Goodbye. So, what do we want to do at the moon? We want ScanSat stuff. We want to map the surface. Let's sort by cost. Map the surface from overhead. Both for the sake of landing and for the sake of, like, resources, possibly. Like, where are the ores and things like that would be nice to get some data on as well. But I don't know, maybe we'll just do one or the other. So what does this survey scanner do? The orbital survey scanner uses a combination of advanced sensor technology and witchcraft to provide information on a planet or moon's natural resources. These images can be viewed either in flight or in relatively safety. Is this ScanSat or is this stock? Relative safety and comfort back at the KSC. Be sure to bring an antenna capable of transmitting the information back and sufficient power. Where do I get the information on what it actually gathers? It does not require daylight. It produces resource low res, I think is what this is saying. Resource scan gives us a low res of resources. Does it give me anything else? It's just the natural resources. Okay. I'm looking at this in terms of, like, price thinking. Maybe that'll sort things. What about you? What do? You do biome and visual low res. How big are these things? Okay. I think this makes sense. I think we send both of those up. It's all low res. I think that's fair for the moon especially. And especially because we're, you know, I don't want to skip ahead in the ScanSat usage thing. I may have already done that when we used the high-resolution imager on Kerbal, but we didn't take anything else up with it. 2 low-res cameras, I think, you know, for the moon, that give us both visual and resource. I think that's fair. Is there a certain height, actually, at which these work best? Min altitude 25,000. What about the other one? Min 20. Okay, so 25 to 70k. Max is 150. So 70k would be best for both of them. It would give us, like, the widest view, I guess. A ship that looks like a cluster of antennas. I mean, it's just going to be a probe, so something like that, probably. How do I start? Where do I start? I guess we'll build up from the bottom, huh? Give me an engine, and... I mean, if it's a probe, it could just be monoprop. I think we give it liquid fuel. Just a little bit. To push itself around. How's this gonna work? How are we going to do it? Do we push out? I think we push out to the moon's neighborhood with the lifting craft, and then we release the probe and let the probe find its way to the final orbit. What, Jermaine, it's the second time you said frame. Frame plus tech. You have a tendency to just, like, spurt, like, just words, just blah, blah. And I never, like, I have so much trouble figuring out what the hell you're talking about. And usually it makes me worry because I'm like, shit, what's on screen on the live stream I need to get rid of or something like that. In fact, we need to change the terms of our contract here. So, ScanSat to the moon for visual and resource mapping. And then with plus impact test? Question mark? Structural piece to use as a frame. I see. Well, we'll need some fuel. We got the fuel on there. You're in entirely the wrong area. I think it would be up there. Give me just anything to control it. If I switch you to there, do you give me like delta V readings now? Why not? That breaks off and that enables, and why no DV? Kerbal. I'm frequently, you know, disappointed by this game. Only like, is this, am I doing something wrong or is it the game? It's the game, isn't it? It's the game this time. No, it's me this time? Oh no, wait, no, maybe it's the game. Do we have... a fuel, like this one goes from small to rather large. Is it just up to 1.5? That looks so big. No, because it's larger than it's like to 1.875 or something like that. I think what I want is structural, sort by mass, and then probably the FLA 10. This should be enough. You don't have to put a bunch of fuel on there. I was thinking of putting a larger fuel thing on there, but that should be fine. We'll spread that out, and that's sort of our... I mean, actually, keep it simple, stupid. But I would also need a spot for this guy. So when you're deployed, you make that horrific noise. No, not continuously good. Oh, there's a couple of different versions. Alright. This is the best for what we're building, especially. Track the scanner. What what's your weight? What kind of weight does this guy add? The multispectral? That is the one we're using, right? Yes, MS1. You're 0.075 tons. You okay? And then your weight? 0.2. Well, you should just be centered. Can I counterbalance the 0.075? Let's look at electricity. It's 0.025 for the deployable and retractables, which we wouldn't really want to use anyway. Well, how much, actually, yeah, how much power is a big consideration. How much power are each of these things going to draw? ScanSat, first one, goes through 0.5 a second. Second one seems 0.8, so we need 1.3 per second of electricity. Then back over to the electrical. Also need to be able to transmit it, I guess, or something. What do you provide? 1.6. So one of these is enough to run both of those. And we will, of course, be, we'll have two. Yeah. Let's just make sure. Yeah, that's a bad idea. You'd want to do that. In fact, you'd want it to be further. You want something to push it further out, away. Which again kind of argues for that piece that I was reaching for before. I frequently, know something that I don't know yet, and then I get there and I'm like, oh, that's why I was reaching. That's okay, now I get it. Either this or the other one. The other one would be better for what I'm thinking, because you do this, and then you do this, and then you bury this in here. Well, in such a way as it leaves you with a node that's easy enough to attach to. Something like that. And then you go on there. Looks neat, looks nifty, looks fun, and then these are like this. And then they've got clearance. That's nice. Starting to look pretty too. However, we were going to try and balance the weights out, weren't we? Left brain knows before the right brain situation. Something. All that Zen monk training. Is this how this goes on? Oh, that's curious. Okay. Any way that I could flatten that out nicely, like have them both pointed in the same direction, and that would be more like, so actually then that would be, if I were to take this, I got ideas, you just wait here. I gotta get down inside here apparently to re-grab this thing. And you. So we flip it. And if we're going to flip it, then we might as well have you there, and then you like this, and then you can eat up some of that. And then we'll be out like that. And that makes more sense too, for, giving a little bit more space between the two. And maybe it doesn't, because you would want to minimize the possibility of shadow falling on it by having them right on top of each other. That's an interesting thought there, friend. What was the other thought? Well, the other thought was that I wanted to have this... Hmm. Yeah, no, I think I liked it the other way around now that I'm thinking about it. Back out to something like this. And in fact, I could even embed this a little bit more. There's enough room in this piece. That we could have all kinds of stuff on the inside of here. We're not taking up all the space with our fuel, so don't at me, bruh. It closes up fine. It deploys fine. And now it's just down to getting this other camera on. But I guess that's why I was going to move it, was because the solar panels are in the way of putting the second camera on. Robotic arms. I could make it so that something extends this out to a position or something. You don't provide me with another attachment point, right? No. And it would be a little bit unfair to put this right in the dead in the middle there of it. It's kind of arguing that maybe I shouldn't have both of these on the same craft. Maybe I can't reasonably have both of these on the same craft. But I really want both of them on the same craft, so what about that, Mr. Has opinions and whatnot? I don't want to end up with like 2 ScanSat satellite. I mean, and this is just for low vis too. This isn't like, yeah. Like, we will need more ScanSat satellites eventually for the high detail stuff, so I would like to pack both of these onto the same craft. Trying to do so in a way that doesn't violate some basic, like, realism is the problem. In that I don't see that what I've just described can be done. If I were to go to robotics, you know, like, what? What do you do? What do you even do? Eh? Hinge. And then back to the ScanSat stuff. Grab one of you. You know, something, etc. I didn't want them on both sides, thank you. Thank you for that, but I didn't. Nobody asked you for that. You know, it's just, it's a bit silly. I think you take this, and we hit it with a absolute snap to get it straight up and down. On that angle anyway. Or maybe not. It's I think I've ruined the snapping angles now, but you see what I'm trying to do, where I would be going with it. I don't, yeah, Jermacian, I don't want to put anything on top of the dish. I think it's unfair. I think you know, you can't block the reception, is what I'm thinking. This could work. It's a weird and off balance. We have to counterbalance the weight and that kind of a thing. But this could something etc. Maybe. Looks like 30 degrees is the magic number here on the angle. And now that we've got the magic number, I bring you up. I don't snap it. That gives you a perfect there. And then I'll give you an absolute snap. Just to get you into a place, I guess. Make sure you're actually attached. That certainly has visual clearance. Is there any more room here? I think right there we're good. With you, any room to extend? No. Okay. Now you could be up or down. Possibly, when it comes to realism, these two objects couldn't work in such close proximity to each other is another concern. But so if 30 degrees is the number, how does it benefit me to have you on this little arm anyway? You know? I don't think it does. There's no reason to have it sort of like this. Instead, I could just use a tiny nose cone. Which probably gets me about the same distance. If it's not gonna, like, move, you know? And then we just attach it and with a absolute snap, pull it back to straight up and down kind of a thing. Rotate it to be appropriate to the craft. Then go back to... oh, this is absolute. Okay, we're good. And... the clearance kind of sucks. It's just weird to tuck something like this, you know? It's an odd thing that you don't usually do. Other way to go would be something like this. Offset you a little. That gives you some visual clearance. The other way to go is just put one of these on one side. We already have an issue with weight. It's really bothering me that should be facing up, by the way. So dessiné. Little standoff for this guy. You don't look like you're perfect. Be perfect. I don't like that little tiny nose cone. So let's switch to a cubic octagonal. I think maybe on its side. I don't want it to occupy too much space. Yeah, I think I was right to want to do it this way, and then we pull it out a little. Slide it up. shoot, it's even... Well, throw this one away. I think it's got weird angles on it. Pull out a new one. It don't even have to be directly, you know, viewed directly down. Like, that might be appropriate as it is. You have an extension and a retraction. I don't, it doesn't seem like it. Oh, wait. What? How does this work? You give me this if I were to put it on here, it's like this, and then extend. Oh, I think I'm aiming it in the wrong direction even. I think it's supposed to be like that. Certainly looks like that's your lens. I was assuming that this was your sensor, was in there. If that's the case, though, then maybe I don't need anything to have it stand off, because, check me out. Well, I'll do it like this, and then I'll rotate. I think I went past. No. Absolute. Fuck. Love this game for this shit. Hey. Just put that there. And then it's the other side. Like this. And then all the way around. Pull it back out. And then when we extend like that. My main problem with that is that you'd be seeing, you know, a lot of this with that camera, I think. I don't know, it looks like it's meant to, it gets a sliver, doesn't it? It gets a sliver that way, so maybe it's okay to have it like that. We said this is 0.075 tons? Okay. You are like 0.0 some, I don't know what you are actually. 0.0175. So we need, you know, a lot more on this side of things. Maybe 0.05 would be nice. But, oh. Yeah, we'll just slap one of those on here. That would get the weight, that would resolve the weight issue. It ceases to look like anything that anyone would possibly build, but I don't know, we're kind of already there, aren't we? So that adds 0.02, so now we're up to 0.0375 versus 0.075. Still needs a lot of weight. Needs a probe core still. You're 0.09. What's funny is attaching something like this to here would actually be easier to counterbalance, because then I could use this, which was 0.02 on this side, and it would even make it look like more, you know, together, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I like to see the wires, you know, digging into the thing. But this is overkill. How do you deploy again? Is it overkill? I mean, it also puts our solar collection off away from the possibility of shadows. This one doesn't rotate though, does it? Or does it? Does this arm in theory like rotate it in order to try and face? I know that it's supposed to be this way. Okay, let's give this a probe core of some kind. And a probe core that's got some reaction wheels wouldn't hurt us. You've got a little bit the hex. The octo also has, but doesn't have as much. One of these is worse for re-entry, as I recall. Doesn't have a good thermal profile for some reason. Not that that's particularly relevant. I don't know, I still need it to extend out though, don't I? Yeah. I'm considering things. My brain is doing things, you know. We'll need an antenna as well. Thank you, Tremacian. 0.015. So we started with 0.075 over here, and then this is 0.09, so there's a difference of 0.015. And so if I put this on this side, then we end up with, you know, a very balanced craft. You want a relay antenna? That's the weight is not going to work out then, though. This gets us a good weight. I understand we're going to the moon, but nuggets. But we have a very strong, you know, geostationary relay thing already in orbit around Kerbal. So I don't think comms will be a problem for us. I'm looking at this, and I like this. I like how the weight balances out these two items versus the one. Do we know if this rotates at all to try and find the sun? I don't think it does. But I also see parts there that indicate that it could. It might. I like this. What I don't like, I still don't like how, you know, this all like stands off and whatnot. That's what I don't like. But I like this balance anyway. So let me yank all this off and throw you away. Is my latest thought here, and then I put the same fuel that we had back on. And then you're back here, and then we can counterbalance the two of these things, and it really does, yet again, come down to the weight, though. And you're on upside down again, because you were upside down before, and I corrected it. Now I need to uncorrect it. How much these robotics parts? It's 0.02. 0.01. Wait. They're supposed to be sorted by mass, and yet this thing, which is heavier than this thing, appears below that thing. Welcome to Kerbal Space Program. Incidentally, I discovered this as another little oversight in the utility here, you see how much it says the flag costs? This flag here, it costs 10 bucks. That flag costs 10 bucks. Look at the cost of our ship, 8505. I'm going to put one of these flags on here. It costs $10. Weird. Looks like it only costs 3 bucks. And in fact, it seems to be bound to weight or something, because I think if we put 2 on, then it should be 6 bucks, right? No. It costs $2.50 or something. Like 8505, I put one of them on, it goes up to 8508. I put 2 of them on, it goes up to 8510. So it costs $3 or $2, depending on how many you buy. You get a discount if you buy multiples. What the fuck is going on with Kerbal Space Program? The prices on the flags are all wrong. All of them. We're getting discounts. Yeah, we're buying in bulk, we're getting discounts. But they're all wrong in the first place. This one's supposed to be $70, this flag. 70 bucks! Put one of them on. It was $18. It's 18. It's not 70. Dollar General way of doing business. Structural again. You're .001. You're nothing. You don't help. You lose, sir. You don't win. This is the main problem, is that this just doesn't go anywhere. You know? Doesn't attach to anything in a way that we could actually see past it. It's listing the retail price. You're buying from Jeb's totally legit, not at all suspicious discount store. So these are slightly used flags. That's the difference. Refurbished flags. Only fit to be used on the moon, because if you stick around for more than, 3 days, you'll see them immediately fade and fall off and tatter in the wind. Now it sucks, because if I attach this in a way that it can be seen, or that it can see, then we lose the perfect balance of these two against this one. And I was so enjoying that. What I could do is go to a 1.5 meter something for our fuel. Or what if a baguette? Yeah, that wouldn't be particularly fair, would it? How about you? How about you? You'll give me some standoff width, right? Oh, and I can attach to the surface of this, apparently. But is it fair to attach to the surface of this? I don't think so. It also doesn't, it still doesn't give us enough ability to see past it. Damn it. Curses. Balls. Even with a width of 1.5 meter, I'm still not, thrilled with how these things attach to one another. Oops. Go ahead and put you back on. I was gonna do this again. That? No, I went past. And then drag out. Because then when it opens up, it's got a bit of a view past it. I could live with that if I could live with that. If I could live with it, I could live with it. Tuck you down. Tuck you down. It's got a hole in the middle of it. That's the whole point, is that you can tuck it down. Tuck it down, tuck it back. I think I can live with this. And then we take this, and we put you here, and we take you, and we put you here. And then that should actually counterbalance the weight perfectly. About, you know, they're not at the exact same vertical level, so that's an issue. I can't attach it to the scan sack guy, right? No. Yeah, I think that's the most reasonable thing I could do right there. And then when we close this up, you retract in a way that's also not really viable yet. Man, I keep finding ways that this doesn't work. If you are up, and we presume that it will rotate, find the sun. What? What happened with that rotation? Throw it away. Throw it away, bring me a new one. Bathe her and bring her to me. Something like that, except for it needs to not, you know? If it didn't, what if it didn't, though? There's that, and then if I, extend... It's a bit weird. Boy, is it a bit weird. I could add to either side a little bit of structural. A little cubic octagonal. And both sides, little cubic octagonal, just to give us a standoff. I need another one. You, and then with the absolute snap, and hit it. And then reattach. Nope, damn it. Back to snapping. I mean, this is okay. That's fine where it was, I guess. If that's where the, in fact, yeah, hit it one more time with the absolute, and then just drag it in and live with it where it is. Very nice and tight there, and then when you go out like that, and you'll find the sun. Just don't mind the stains on the flags. They're nothing. They're nothing. And then that actually gives me, you know, this as a better place to have this thing stand off. So for now it's got a weird angle to it. Throw it away! Bring me another. Is that centered? It looks like it is. Looks like that's how... Hit it with an absolute. That's how it wants it. Okay. It's weirdly shaped for its weight profile. But now we do this thing again. Rotate it like that, so as to put the lens out. What appears to be the lens. And it does have a view past, if but barely. And then I would take you even. And honestly, shit. I would take you off. I would put you on first. Hit you with the snap. Hit you with no delay. And so what you saying, yo? Hit you with the snap. And then push you inside. Because then the weight will be perfectly evened, balanced, something. Go. And hit you with the snap. Pull you out. As far as I think makes visual sense. And there you go. when it opens up, when it extends, the lens is taking a sliver of a shot past. It doesn't see past the edges of its enclosure, is what I've decided to believe. I've also decided to believe that that's the lens. But this should be... let's reroute to the probe core. I take this off. This should now be perfectly balanced in the middle. This is 0.09, and this is over here 0.075 and 0.015. And so they should even out and give us a perfect balance. It's got a little bit of reaction wheels in it, so it'll be able to do that. It's got liquid fuel to it, so it'll be able to push itself a little bit. In fact, what do we say about the delta V here on the moon? 1,300 meters per second of delta V if we get it into open space. So, yeah, we should be okay with that. And a TWR of 1.46, very reasonable thrust-to-weight ratio. I like it. And so, what else needs to be on this? Start closing it up. Retract the scanner. You're closed. Retract the solar panel. Yep, nice and tight. No wasted space. Underneath this fairing that we're going to have to build around it. Is there something else that we need? We've got electric generation. We've got not a lot of electric storage here. Lights and camera system. Action. Lights, camera, action. Not a lot of electric storage here. We have 10 electric storage. We should add some electric storage to this guy. Electrics. How much do you give? You're worth 100? You're worth 200. I mean, that's the size that we're working in. Is correct. In terms of the size that we're working in. I'm gonna grab you. Put you there. Where's the center of mass? When there's no rocket. Where's the center of mass? No. Then, what if no? What if no? We'll put it here. It's fine. We'll tuck you a bit. Still looking good. Still looking good. We have clearance. We have clearance on everything. Clearance. Okay. Okay. Down to 1,340 meters per second of delta V. Oh no. It's looking good. So we now have electric storage. We have electric generation. We have, obviously, thrust with the liquid fuel and the engine. We've got our 2 ScanSat probe guys. We've got comms. Lights and camera are I mean, we've got a camera. As a satellite, yeah, it doesn't need any lights. I don't think we need to put a camera on this thing. The only other thing is that part of this mission could be doing a impact test. As complicated as this, it's very few parts, but as complicated as this already is, I don't think I want to try and tuck another thing on here to do the impact test. It's not that complicated. Oh, good. You're going to try and talk me into it? I'm just saying it's not that complicated, because what you do is you say interstage nodes on, and then you do that. And so now you're able to launch that guy straight off, but then you got another little nothing that it's just there to launch at the surface. What would a little nothing be? The impact test. What's the smallest thing that I could possibly make that can propel itself? I mean, could be an SRB. I don't think that's the best idea for space. Monoprop ain't it either, really. This is the smallest tank that we've got. How would I make a little thing to propel itself at the moon, you know? Because it would need to have control. So I'm trying to think of a way to do it without control authority, like you without a probe core, right? You just open the engine, you get it pointed on the retrograde. Well, I love that idea. You get it pointed on the retrograde of the moon, and then you release it, and you fire the engine at the same time, and now it's hands off. It is burning like an SRB. There's nothing you can do, right? And then, you know, it's retrograde. It gets a periapsis. It hits the moon. It goes down. You just gotta hope that the disconnecting pitch doesn't cause it to topple. Would be the problem. You'd want to be able to release it in a specific direction. So, hear me out. Hear me out. Structural, octagonal strut, but this way. And on the edge. And then built off of the octagonal strut. Decoupler. Gotta make sure it goes on in the right direction. I'm not sure what that is now. With the arrow pointed that way, doesn't that mean that it will stay attached here and, you know, affect thrust in that direction? So then you would probably again be doing an ant. This ant would not need a shroud. Maybe it would. There we go. I finally found the combination of things that needed to happen. So this doesn't quite fit in here. If it doesn't have a probe core, like, we can't control it. But the way that this thing works, we should be able to go to the craft as, like, debris. And then we should be able to see the cameras. The cameras don't seem to care, like, it's just like that you're in the vicinity of the camera even. It doesn't care what vessel you're even attached to. And there is, I recall, a moon cam. Go to cost. I think there's a moon cam. Moon cam. Camera perfectly suited for faking the moon landing. It's not the right kind of camera though, the way that it attaches, so I don't know that we can use that. Sadly. Science cam. Booster cam. Nav cam might be the way to go. And then you hit it with an absolute rotate. Absolute snap rotate, make sure it's on perfectly. And then also one of these to make sure it's in the dead middle. that might be a viable craft. And the idea would be that you fire this. Give me another thing. So you would fire this. At the same time as you set that engine off, we would take the engine and we would say independent. It's not on the main throttle. Give it 100% independent throttle. And then that engine is where in the list? Down here. And that would be it. It's just going, baby. It's just going. Now, like I said, it doesn't fit here. It doesn't quite fit. But all we have to do is go to the next one. And then maybe lift this up as well. So give me another structural bit. Sort by mass. Give me a cubic octagonal. I might even attach you there just so that the game thinks you're under this thing. As it well, damn. Is it damn well? As it well, damn. Should. Huh? I think that might be impact test capable. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? No probe core. We just have to, when we set it off, when we light it and go, we have to switch to it and then fly with it. But I think the idea is we point this, you know, we make sure that this is pointing retrograde to our orbit around the moon, and then we just hit that button. It will decouple, you know, and it will fire off this engine at the same time, and then that engine's just burning. The eyeball sees all. Yeah, hey, it's the eyeball. I like that. That's true. It doesn't even need electric resources. Right? I mean, it's kind of a technicality that it doesn't. But it doesn't. I could give you a shroud. But the shroud doesn't really help with the way that this looks. It's just got to look the way that it looks, though. There's nothing we can really do about that in Kerbal Space. If we start messing with it, it's not going to release correctly. It'll screw up the whole retrograde thing. I think it could work. I think before we send it to the moon, we should test all of it on the pad. Is the other thing that I'm thinking. So I think I'm gonna do this, and we're gonna name it, what is this, the Polar Moon Express Mark 1. Polar Moon Express Mark 1, and then, you know, we'll build more onto it. Let's put it under the fairing, also. Sure, we got a fairing that's going to cover the whole thing. That needs to come out further. For the sake of you, apparently. By the way, I was saying at the beginning of the live stream, but many of you weren't here. In particular, Germasian. You weren't here. I got into a section of Sequest, which I've been watching. Sequest DSV 1991. Sitcom, well, not sitcom. 1991 Star Trek alike, but under the sea instead. What are the characteristics? What's the weight? 1.3 tons. Okay. Let's put this into the VR simulator and see what happens. Well, let me do the staging first. So pop. Got into a section of it that's really, like, it came out swinging, like, holy damn, with the storytelling, just killing it. Yeah, we did that one, and then so this would be the other one to launch. Okay, yeah, looks good. Save, and into the VR room. So yeah, really, really good stuff. Really living up to its potential, what the series could be with the storytelling and the characters and the acting and who all's been on it. I said Tuvok from Voyager has appeared on the show in the first season, in the first couple episodes. And this is, of course, before, Voyager. And the dude from Breaking Bad, Walter, you know who I'm talking about. He's appeared as well. Really heavy hitters, really good actors anyway, who would go on to have even, bigger things in their careers. But really, really good. And then they had Kirk on. They had, what's his name? Like, my brain doesn't work for names very well with just my brain probably, but also with this disease, it's a thing. James T. Kirk. Who am I talking about? They had him on the show. Will Shatner. Bill Shatner. William Shatner. Thank you, Jermaine. They had Shatner on the show, and his episode is a fucking fever dream. I don't know what that episode was about. I just watched it. That episode is the worst of Sequest so far. It is a fucking fever dream. Like, Shatner's performance is of a crazy man. He does it very well. What he is doing, he is trying to do, and he is nailing it exactly. And also, you can't tell a story with this guy doing this character. I can't follow it at all. I don't know what the episode was about. It starts out with people are having like dreams but the dolphin is in their head and it's projecting themselves into their mind or something, and then but this guy who's not on Sequest has also been having the dreams. What? And he shows up at like a house that one of the crew from Sequest just happens to be visiting some dude, and this guy shows up at that guy's house because he's a dolphin guy, and this guy's got a premonition from the dreams that he needs to be around dolphins or some shit, and it's like, what is this? This was supposed to be like a science show. What the fuck are we? What is this? And then Shatner's character is so fucking crazed and a lunatic, and he's supposed to be like some despot, some monarch or some horrible dude who runs a country in Eastern Europe or something like that. He's of war crimes and stuff, but he's got a son with him, and his son he's trying to do this relation. It's like this episode is all over the place. And in order to make it gel in 45 minutes for this story that needed like 3 hours to tell, you needed to not have William Shatner being crazy, because he did it really well. And so I don't know what the fuck was going on there. All right, in the VR simulation so far, deployment works. Deployment of the clamshell. Oh, we should make it a clamshell for this one. It would be appropriate for this. You have the option to turn it into a clamshell. I think that's how we'll do it. So let's... I guess what's set up to test first is the eyeball. So keep your eyeball on the eyeball, and let's go. Shit. It's, the camera exploded, too, so we don't get to test the camera. I mean, it seemed to... I don't know what it seemed to do, because, yeah, that wasn't quite right. We do have some reaction wheels here. Should be able to... You can see us rocking things back and forth a little bit on the nav ball, so, yeah, that's working. Let's, I guess I need these on some action groups, but for now, deploy scanner. The multispectral scanner, if we click start scan, perform orbital survey. I'm just clicking I'm trying to enable everything anyway. extend the solar panel. Tremacy says, when a show has a budget issue with network pressure to keep it cheap, a multi-part story needs to be wrapped up in 42 minutes. Yeah, there's okay, we've confirmed that it does rotate in order to find the sun, so that was a concern of mine. Good. This thing was, this story, I don't think it would have been good even if you told it. Right, because it starts with, like, multiple people in multiple locations having, psychic-like vision dreams of Darwin the dolphin who's on Sequest, and trying to figure out, like, what it is that he's carrying in the dream. He's carrying something. They're all saying he's carrying something in the dream. I can't remember what it is. He's carrying something. What is it he's carrying? And I swear to God, 42 minutes goes by, and they don't really answer what it was that he was carrying in the dream. Maybe they did. It's such a fucking fever dream of an episode that, like, I don't know. I don't know. Alright, we've deployed everything. It all seems plausible here. I'm gonna hit the next stage, which is... yeah. It's good. I'm able to, yeah, I have, via the reaction wheels, some ability to spin us. It looks alright. NBC wanted their Star Trek back, but didn't want to pay for it. It's still a good show. That's the one incredibly bad episode, and it's got fucking Bill Shatner on it. It's got Kirk on it. Which is it's funny that the worst episode of this otherwise excellent show has Shatner on it. I don't think it was his fault necessarily. It might have been his fault that, like, he ate all the budget for the episode by appearing in it, or I don't know. I can tell that he really wanted to do this performance of, like, this 1,000-mile stare that's just, I've seen some shit, man. I've done some shit, man. I've killed so many. I don't care anymore, except about my beautiful son. He wanted to do this guy, and he really went for it. He fucking, I think he nailed the character, but I don't think that there was a story that you could tell in that, about that character. I don't think they did manage to tell that story. Whatever it was they were trying to do. This seems to work. I'll tell you what I'd like to... I'm going to revert to launch. I'd like to have another look at the eyeball. If we can test it without it immediately exploding, that would be great. So, number one. Okay. I think this is a good camera for impact test. Black and white. Yeah. Some noise in the transmission. I think that's cool. I think that's very appropriate. I'm good with that. I just don't know how we can do this though. I want to test the thing. I want to activate engine. And then it immediately explodes. I see no reason why that shouldn't work. That seems to work. Seems to work just fine. Back to the VAB then. Ratings flounder, so they start going away from the science and more towards shoot-'em-up shows. I mean, I don't know. Their best episodes were right before this one. I think they just had a big swing and a miss, and I think it probably had to do with William Shatner. I think it probably had to do not with just his presence, his involvement. I think maybe they were, like, really swinging for the, like, he really wanted to do a character in a certain way, and they were, like, trying to work the script to give him what he wanted, or, you know, I feel like it has to have something to do with Shatner's presence, that this episode of Sequest is so bad. When all the other, you know, it fundamentally fails, like, storytelling. to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. That makes sense. There's no connective it has a beginning, a middle, and an end. There is no connective tissue between them. There's just, this happened, this happened, this happened. There is no and then this happened. It's just, all these things occur. And they are mainly a series of vignettes for Bill Shatner to do this character that I still don't completely understand what it's supposed to be, like what the character is supposed to be. Shatner is an asshole, so this is what they got. It has to do something with Shatner. It has to do. So what we'll do is we will reroute to here, and we'll save it again, and then we'll reopen the Condor Delivery Mark II, which we will reroute to here. In fact, we'll reroute to here. I believe we're under attack. Lower Mercury rating with 11 raiders. Low raid, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Lower, I presume you were Kerbaling today. Is that why you're raiding me? What were you Kerbal? What was your Kerbalness? What did you Kerbal? How did you Kerbal? What did you do to the Kerbals? What have you done with my Kerbals? I'm sorry. We're just coming up with a moon mission with ScanSat stuff.
Danger, Will Robinson! Danger! No, Will Robinson! Danger!
This sounds like a job for the tanks you got earlier today. Oh yes, the tanks we built. What am I doing? I'm attaching the Polar Moon Express Mark 1, but where is it in the list? It's got to be at the bottom if I start it with the word the. Polar Moon Express, we'll merge it in. And then here's the payload for this guy. And so now let's look at the Delta V to push this to the moon to get it to polar orbit, get it close enough for the probe to take itself the rest of the way. The probe has 1,100 meters per second on it? 1,400? This one in particular is the one I'm talking about. Why are there two? What's going on here? You've made it into the wrong group here, I'm sure. I'm going to put you over here because I know you shouldn't be there. Yeah, everything got mixed together. I need to delete this fairing, I think. I also want it to be a clamshell deploy. I think that'll be cool. Lower Mercury saying, I don't remember how or when I followed you, but I'm followed to you. Enjoy some lurkers for as long as they last and have a good rest of the day. Wherever you are in the world. I'm in Detroit in the world. Detroit in Michigan. Thank you, Lower Mercury, again for the raid. Go relax. I have trouble with raiding people and do it less and less frequently these days because you go in and then the person starts talking to you and it's like, I just finished an 8-hour live stream? I need to, just finished doing it. But now I'm sitting here typing and talking, chatting again, and all this kind of quit talking to me. I would like to go relax. Go relax, Lower Mercury. We'll see. What am I doing? I keep distracting myself by being hilarious. God, I'm so entertaining. I clamshelled it. I deleted that. And I need to figure out, like, what happened to our staging here. These two should be together. That shouldn't be in there. These two should be together. This shouldn't be. So I'll get rid of all of that. 8 hours is almost exactly right. I will do just that. Yeah. That's what we had last time, was an 8-hour live stream, so the number was in my head. You could just raid and leave immediately, Pawn. Yeah, I can. I can always do that. Just raid and then dip. But it feels inappropriate to just dip, you know? You gotta at least say something. It's just... you know, then the person responds and reacts, starts asking you questions. It's like, oh, God damn it. I haven't eaten. That's actually not even the main reason why I raid so infrequently. I find the whole raid system really, like, it's not convenient at all. It feels very awkward at the end of a live stream to like start doing the raid. Now I'm looking through other people's, you know, looking through what's going on, and I'm trying to get a sense of, is this person, what are they doing? Are they okay? Is this safe to raid this person? What are they talking about? You know, I don't want to raid into some white power clan meeting or something like that. Like, it's, you feel a little bit, let's take my community and just shove them in over here. It's like you want to know where you're going, but you don't always, and so you want to like look in, but then it's like, the end of the live stream. I'm watching someone else's live stream in 20-second bursts at this point at the end of the live stream. It's just not, you know, the showman in me wants to end and scene, you know, not and hang on just a second. Say, here's a raid, I'm going to bed. That is yeah, that does get it done. It does get it done. All right, I think I've sorted out I've at least fixed the staging in our top guy there. Now, what is the staging down here about? This is our SRB. SRB will go on its own, and then we'll drop that and switch over to liquid fuel. Tell me about where we're going and how we're getting there. You brick. We'll reroute to here. Sometimes that helps Kerbal. It's not telling me the Delta V in any of the upper stages. That's annoying. It's a nuisance, is what it is. We can always get that data just by, like, chopping it off. We just yank this off. And it still doesn't tell us. Maybe not. Maybe we can't get that data. You do that, and then you break... Oh, wait! We got some of it. Some of the data came back when I did that and that. Okay. So now we can see 1346, and that is at sea level. That is in vacuum. That's in vacuum. Okay, good. Now we know. 1346 in vacuum. I think it's more like 1400 out at the moon or something. Doesn't matter. Let's look at, can this get to where we need to go? In sea level, we start out with 823 meters per second of delta V and a 1.27 TWR, not too shabby. Then, that will probably push us to around 9-10 kilometers. That will... at that point, we get another 2,700... Wow. 2,700 meters per second of delta V, TWR of 1.59. So we've got 800, 2,700, 3,500. That's getting us in the direction. That gets us orbital, and it gets us in the direction of the moon. And then we just got to get the rest of the way to the moon. Now, I do have a delta V map here. It's been so long since we did any like moon stuff. We did it once last time. It's just been so... I don't have a memory for this stuff. So let me pull up the old delta V. And here it is. So, delta V to get from Kerbal to the moon, 3,400 gets us to orbit. You can get there for a little bit less than that, but 3,400 is a safe number. And then you need to get to orbit about another 1,100. Is that what we're saying? Maybe even 12. Because 11 and then, so 1070. 1170? 1170. So 1,200 plus the 3,400. You need 4,600 total. We have enough. We have enough in all of these stages to get where we're going. How tight is it, is the question. And I think we've got an extra like 200 meters per second in the lifter stage, and then we've also got an extra like 200 or 300 meters per second in the probe. So I think we'd be fine. except for there is a big problem here, actually. Big problem here, and that's that this whole thing would have to go to the moon if we're going to use the eyeball. The eyeball is just supposed to be released while we're in orbit of the moon to go prograde, or to go retrograde. It can't be what it is right now. So this actually needs to be attached to the probe, which will reduce the delta V of the probe. But it's gotta, like, we gotta get this part to the moon. And this guy doesn't get us to the moon, it gets us in the direction of the moon. The big question is, can I, like, attaching the eyeball to the probe doesn't seem feasible. Quite simply, quite frankly, it does not seem like a thing that can be done. The other way that we could go about this then would be to transfer, to make a third stage that that goes to the moon. Actually, what I'm thinking is probably turning the entire this platform becomes the ship itself. The platform becomes the probe and flies itself there, and so we would lose the motor here and the fuel here, and we would put an engine and some fuel on the bottom of this and jettison that and have it push itself to the moon, which I kind of hate. It doesn't feel right. I think we just gotta ditch the eyeball. It's a cute idea, but it just doesn't fit in with the rest of the plans here. I don't think we can make it happen. So now I should be able to grab you and do like that, which is going to leave us with even more excess delta V, which ensures that we will definitely get to the moon and do anything and everything that we want to do here. Let's build this fairing back out. We're still in clamshell? Yeah, we are in clamshell mode. Should make sure, if we're in clamshell mode especially, that we're going to clear all this stuff. Probably something like that. And that's our payload. So again, working down these numbers, which I guess are easier. You're participating when they're collapsed like this. I need to be checking the TWR and stuff like that. Go back to sea level. Hello all, hello, fell asleep an hour or so ago and just woke up. Welcome back, Dinner Bone. We're just coming to the end of the build, probably, on this moon. It's supposed to be the Polar Moon Express Mark 1. Let's say Mark 2, because the other one was, yeah, so Mark 2. Save. The other one was just the payload, in case we want to go back to that at some point. Especially since it had the eye involved in it. So once again, walking through the delta V, walking through the figures, making sure we've done our homework. We've got, from sea level, 828 meters per second with a TWR of 1.26, very reasonable to take off with. We get up to altitude of about 10 kilometers, and we switch over to the swivel engine, which has a TWR of 1.58, still very reasonable. Could be a little bit less, honestly. In fact, there's already some thrust limiting on it. I'm going to pull it down even more. Let's 1.4 is a little low, but a 1.5 I could get behind. 1.51 at 60%. That's got 2,740 meters per second of delta V on it. And so between the 800 and 2,700, we've got 3,500 meters per second of delta V, which will easily push us to orbit and then some. And then we use what's in this guy, which is 1,300 delta V. If we say the moon, it says 1,346 meters per second. In fact, it's the same. If I just click there, yeah, 1,346 meters per second of delta V in order to get to the moon and circularize, get ourselves a polar orbit of it, which should take 1,180. We've got 1,340 and will be higher than we, normally would be, according to the delta V map. So this is good. We have excess liquid fuel. We have excess delta V. We've flown this craft before with the, we've got a very strong reaction wheel here. So this should be fine. And then, yeah, should be able to get ourselves to the surface. Let's action group it. Almost forgot. So let's deploy on 9. We will extend the solar panel. Maybe on 0, I will have toggle scanner. I'm sure the toggle will deploy it if it's not deployed, I would assume. So we'll have toggle scanner and start scan multispectral. So that'll initiate that stuff. We don't need to deploy the antenna. The antenna is permanent and physical. That's all that we need to do for staging then. Okay. The probe has 200 units of electricity storage, in addition to, what the hex carries with it, which is 10. We've got generation, we've got electric storage, we've got everything else. We've already been through it all. I think this is the ship. I think we're sending this to the moon, and we're doing it after the live stream break. Because we've been here for another 2 hours. So it's time for another live stream break. Wow, I'm sitting low. Baby, get low. Yeah, I'm going to roll some ads. I'm going to play some music. This is an opportunity to grab a snack, grab a drink, take a poo, leave a pee, and meet me back here in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere, pawn not out.
This next one is called an old football injury, and technically it is about an old football injury. Technically speaking, of course. Sound is cracking my skull. Thousand echoes and battered goals scar my mind and my body like a grave decorated with 1,000 roses, and I've been cursed with the insight to know when shit won't turn out right. This place is on meltdown tonight, and I'm so sick of choosing between fight or flight. Fight or flight. Life is crumbling through years, thousand echoes, battered fears. It's not a question of values, it's a matter of fears. Constantly snapping, flashing all the visions, and I said, I've been cursed with the insight. You know when things won't turn out right. Cheap excuses make for some expensive lies. Cheap excuses make for expensive lies.
Hello, I am the Ronan Bawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Bawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Bawn. Also on youtube.com/Ronan Bawn and youtube.com/Ronan Bawn live stream. Blah, 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 blah. That was the Dead Letters band that I was in. I was the drummer playing an old football injury. Kyle McBee singing, me on drums, Greg Aubrey on the bass, Nick Marshall and Brandon Fry on guitars. We kicked a little ass. And welcome back to Kerbal Space Program. We just built the Polar Moon Express Mark II. We will be going to the moon to park in a polar orbit with some ScanSat equipment to start taking pictures of the moon to get some low resolution. That's the best we can do at this point in our headcanon. We're making the rules up as we go. Low resolution images of the surface of the moon, as well as of the resources available on the moon. Your music is really good, Paul. Thank you. I've curated it rather carefully. And I keep, every live stream, I keep having to, like, rip something out that somebody claims on YouTube, and, you know, I just disagree with certain copyright laws in the first place, and so I'm not gonna be neutered by it, you know? There's a difference between having something on as, you know, filler, literal filler for the background kind of a thing, when it's a cover that I did. I'm covering a song, and it's like, but somebody owns the license to the words and shit. Like, the fucking video is not about the fuck. We're putting that on in the background while everybody goes to take a shit. What? you want, you know, to split my revenue for 4 minutes of a cover of a song that, fuck you. Fuck all y'all. That's how I feel about it. I'm not going to be, you know, live my life subject to it. So lately I've been trying to put stuff in and finding out what I can get away with and what I can't get away with. The song Brazil, I did a cover of that's very much my own unique take on the song Brazil. That's fine. That slips through. Even though it's also a copyrighted work and all that kind of stuff, it slips past all of the bullshit on YouTube. My cover of Live's I Alone Love You, that did not slip through. But yeah, we're ready to go to the moon with this. We spent, you know, the last live stream, before the last live stream break, building it. It's now time to launch it. There's really nothing to do but put it on the pad and send it, except for we need to launch it at the correct time. Not for the moon, but because we ran a mission. We're only supposed to run off-planet missions where we do a launch that goes off-planet once every 14 days. I believe we needed to wait until day 90 or 91, that number sounds familiar to me, before we did the next off-planet mission, so let's go. Let's go to day 91. A crack of lightning, rather ominous. Let's go to day 91. Day 88. Day 89. Day 90. And day 91. 90, it seems like such a weird number to have come up if we were going in 14-day increments, but I remember 91 for some reason. Maybe it's supposed to be 94. I don't know. But that's what I remember. So here's the question. Are we putting the ship on this launch pad, or are we sending it out to the desert site just to use it because we unlocked it? Desert site is it's not perfectly equatorial. So it's more like launching from Florida, right? So let's not overcomplicate it, I think. Let's launch from unless you guys want it, I'm open to, I can be convinced. Probably. It's a probe mission. No crew. We will get to the point where everything's crew, and then I'll start, recruiting more and more Kerbals from chat. Right now we have Brent Geary, Phil Bear, and Mr. Vat Nadal. And then, of course, we have Bill Kerman. So every Kerbal that we've recruited so far to the program is actually... That's a very overcast day to be launching. Is actually named after someone from chat. SAS on, throttle to full, and, yeah.
Here we go again!
Here we go again. We're fine. We're ready to launch. Better to have lightning now and not when the rocket is on the pad. I don't know. I feel I'm uncomfortable now because you guys have the ability to, like, do the Houston thing, and then I try and do the Houston thing, and we end up overlapping, so I'm hesitating. Okay, I'll do the Houston thing.
In 3, 2, 1, fire!
See, this is why I don't do the Houston thing anymore. I was gonna do it. Let's immediately get us rolling a little bit down the ball. There you go. A little bit down the ball to the east. You want to immediately have some of that fall off. In fact, you want to be a little bit more aggressive about it than I've been lately. If you're hoping to get like an efficient turn down, so I'm gonna try and push a little bit harder than I usually do. Do a backflip. No, Mephisto. No, we're not. We did too often. We do backflips around here. We're not doing any backflips. Ooh, look at that through the clouds. Oh, how pretty! I think I can't really look at it because I'm looking at the ball mainly. Almost out on the SRB. Ready to switch to liquid fuel. A little below the horizon line here. And liquid fuel engines firing. We only made it to 7,700 on this. Oh my god, prograde, prograde, prograde! Eehee! It wanted to do its own thing there. Yeah, I'm a little bit off of the correct line. Wow, look at this though. Look at that at like 24 frames per second or something. Oh shit indeed. 22 kilometers on the Apoapsis. The prograde's rolling over very nicely. We're not too far, distant between the App and the Peri. I'm happy with this. I'm gonna let it keep rolling down. We made it up to almost 20 kilometers ourselves, so I'm gonna start pulling the ball down myself a little bit. Yeah. 22 and 34. I want to pull down harder. I'm not gonna fight it to try and find the horizon line. Well, no, the horizon, yes. I'm not gonna try and fight it to find the east, to find 90 degrees. Exactly. I'll keep pulling us down and pulling us down and pulling us down. I think this is a very good launch. I think we got out of this. Maybe 10 degrees on the bubble at this point. Let's try that. So, 47 kilometers on the Apoapsis, still going up. Starting to get some, plasma. From the old air friction. Also known as drag occasionally. There's an extra sonic boom or something. I don't know what that sound was. Why we would get one now if we didn't get one before. 63 kilometers on the Apoapsis. I'm going full dead on the horizon here. And I think I'm just going to keep burning. We need to go to the moon. We need to circularize if we're going to go to the moon, Pawn. You're not wrong. Yeah, we're going to have to circularize in order to know when to leave for the moon. My problem is I don't want to do what I did last time and end up leaving debris in space. Okay, that's why I didn't do the right thing there. Hello, Arch. Hello, Arch. Hello, Pawn. To the moon! That's where we're going back to the moon. That's the next step after Kerbal, right? As we head to the moon. So this will be for polar orbit with some ScanStat stuff. Which we'll see in a moment. As soon as we hit space here. But yeah, last time I forgot to drop our, give us a periapsis that falls away on a similar mission. So I don't want to fuck it up again. Where's the moon right now? Moon's over here. Set you as the target. And in fact, we could just burn. I'm just gonna burn. I'm just gonna burn. And I'm gonna drop our clamshell as we burn. But I mean, this is going to the moon, right? Put the moon on the horizon and burn. That's pretty much all you need to do. We're out of liquid fuel. We need to keep going. So, goodbye. And this one's gonna take a lot longer to burn. And let's just hope that I can get that I haven't completely ballsed this. We're a little bit late. We're leaving a little late for the moon, but I mean, the moon is so, the SOI of the moon is so big, it's so easy to, like, get into the realm of the SOI. As long as we're leaving around the right time, the moon's, it's just space. We'll run into it. Space is so small. You're always running into people you know out in space. Got lots of Delta V in the probe. I don't want to deploy our anything until we've stopped burning the engine. On the first thrust here, anyway. But, in fact, we might wait until we get out there to deploy the solar panel. If we've got the electric charge for it, it would make the most sense. It's the way to go. I am on prograde here, burning on prograde. Even if you somehow missed the moon, you'd land among the stars, not the cold, infinitely vast expanse of death. Wait, aren't those the same? Amongst the stars and the cold, infinitely vast expanse of death. Cold, infinitely vast expanse of death. The Civid. Wabs. Pushing out. Moon's out here at 11 million. 11.4 even. Crazy that it would be so perfect. Yeah, we're getting closer. Target at closest approach. It's a late burn for the moon. It is late. We'll have to adjust it mid-flight. But we're coming into the moon now. We wanted to go polar. Oh, let's go ahead and something to something to something something. It keeps twisting. It keeps twisting. This is like I fucking planned it. Look at this shit. Stop. Alright, I missed. I was on C instead of X. I went a little bit past it, but look at this shit. That's a little bit deadly, I think. I'm gonna go retrograde. I'm gonna push it back just ever so slightly. Until I think we're straight up and down. That's incredible. See? You don't need to plan rocketry. Fucking what? What is this, rocket science? You just fucking go. And then you find out that you nailed it. You just keep burning. You get there. Kid. Don't worry about it. F5. Don't worry about it. F5. That's beautiful. Yeah. And we dropped... There is not sufficient disk space to continue the recording. Oh my ballsing shit. This is the first one. I can't believe I filled up. The first one in ages. That is crazy. Like this is, it's because the Kerbal Space Pro, the Kerbal live streams have been actually more bitrate demanding than other stuff. What is going on here? Windows, wake the fuck up. Right click on the fucking thing. Yeah. It's only 220 some gigs or something of space that I've got, but Mickey, how you doing? And on Twitch, nonetheless. I gotta delete some old recordings is what I think I gotta do here. Let me just real quickly watch some stuff and decide that it doesn't need to exist anymore. What do we got? Mute. Okay, a live stream where we played Cluster Truck and then switched over to Star Wars The Old Republic. Is that necessary? I don't think that's necessary. Goodbye. And then that's not enough space to even think about deleting. Like, some of these things are just too, like, how are you that small? What the hell is this? I think this was a test. Yeah, that was a test leading up to Kerbal Space Program. That's a gig that I can get back right now. Thank you. What about you? Another gig here. And I think that's another test. How did I rack up a gig's worth of consumption of disk space on just testing, man? Crazy. Yeah, testing a lot of new live stream features. You can go away, you can go away. All three of these can go away. Just don't talk amongst yourselves for a minute. I'm clearing out some disk space. I've cleared it enough that I can click, start recording again at this point, actually, and then I can worry about it after the live stream. So, start recording. Okay, and now we will have a local copy of this recording. But I'm gonna have to, upload this one from Twitch or something. Because, yeah. It's too much of a hassle to do it any other way. Anyway, look at what we did. Huh? Right? And we're going to the moon, and I went there perfectly, and I don't even have to do any corrective, maneuvers. We're going straight to polar. I got 862 meters per second of delta V left. We only need, 300 in order to capture. I'm fucking awesome. I'm incredibly fortunate, also, which helps out a little bit. Where's the moon again? Take me back to the moon. I wanna see this. And look at that. Look how we came in at that. All in one burn. Just kept going until we hit 8. We're too low. We're too low. But it's such a perfect polar orbit, we'll just go there and we'll get our... It'll be the cheapest capture that we could get because we'll be going as fast as possible, and then... It's not. No, it's actually the opposite of that. But it's such a perfect polar thing, it's fine. We got Delta V for years. We're going there. In fact, can I just warp here? Is there anything that we need to do between Kerbin and here? I don't think there is. Let's warp to there. Oh shit. And the electric charge went out. Okay. I was hoping that we could make it without having to deploy until we'd done all of our burns, but we can't. So that was kind of part of I was testing that in my mind. So we F9. I F5'd multiple times. So we will have to deploy before we leave. I just would have liked it if we didn't, because you wouldn't deploy your solar panel until you absolutely had to. Oh, you know what? The only reason that we needed to is because Kerbal Space Program is shit, and Hibernate and Warp doesn't start out in manual mode. I'm gonna try it again. F5. I'm gonna go again. There's not a consumption of electricity that should be fucking doing that. But this game is made by goddamn monkeys, 2-digit IQ, fucking, so, yeah. It didn't work. How we looking? Make sure that things are still as they were. They are. And we're gonna try it again. Go ahead and warp me here. Yeah, see, that's a more appropriate electric charge draw for going nowhere. By the way, guys, we're in space. What if the camera was orbital? I don't see the moon. Oh, there it is. It's above us because we're coming in polar. Yeah. Hey, I got 70% on my IQ test. I'm real proud of that. Congratulations. It's just my new way. I've been flirting with different ways to call people dumb. I like 2-digit IQ. Even though isn't like 100 the average by is that how that works? I don't think that's how that works. I don't think they keep an ELO score of human beings IQs. I don't think 100 is the average. Though that's the last time I heard somebody talk about it. They were like 100 is the average. I don't think that's true. I think 50% of people have 100. And then that changes like how what everybody else's IQ is if a lot of people start to get really dumb or really smart. I don't think that's how that works. We're not grading on a curve here. We made it all the way out here without burning through our electric charge because we clicked a button that the developers of the game should have clicked for us by default. Which is higher, your shoe size or your IQ? That's a good one. Literally are grading on a curve. It's a normal distribution. Really? EQ or IQ is? But that means that the more people that take it, the more that it changes all the time, right? That's ridiculous. That doesn't make... The people who say IQ means nothing are convincing me just by... just by me finding out how this shit works. Alright, let's come up to the periapsis. In fact, let's follow our ship again. But I'm always looking for ways to, what's a really good way to call people stupid? Because, I'm living amongst monkeys. I am really living amongst monkeys here. Go retrograde. And, most of my feelings are based on politics and the state of culture and stuff like that. I should have started burning way earlier than this. Because this engine is, rather weak. Burning way earlier. Alright, what's going on out here? Let's get that capture. We got that capture. Got that sweet, sexy capture. Look at how we are, too. We're like right on the orbit is where we happen to be with our capture here. What? Oh, wait. This stuff works best at like 700,000, doesn't it? What were the standards on this thing? Was it 70,000 or 700,000? These are all low visibility. Wow. Hey, there's the moon, by the way. Let's go free. Thank you. I think higher is better. I can't remember. Was it 700,000? Was like the place where both of them worked pretty well? I'm gonna go to 700,000 unless somebody tells me otherwise. I'm F5ing here. It's also normalized by age, so if a 20-year-old and 50-year-old got the same raw score on a test, the 50-year-old will have a higher IQ. Yeah, IQ is definitely not a good way of measuring general intelligence. But, it's still a fun way of saying fucking 2-digit IQ, goddamn monkey kind of thing. I think it's good anyway. I gotta know this. I gotta know these before we like commit to where we're going here. I gotta know. So I'm heading back to the Space Center to check these parts and know what their max range is. What between the two of them. What works for both of them in terms of a height. I think it was 700,000. So, back to the ScanSat stuff. M700 survey scanner. Altitude max of... It's best at 500 kilometers. Okay, best at 500 for you. And then the multispectral is best at 70 kilometers. And actually maxes out at 250. So I guess we're going to 250. Wait a second. What are your details again? You can go as low as 15 kilometers. You're best at 500. I think we're going to prioritize this one then, because that's got a very wide... It'll do fine if we just set up shop at 70. It'll just, you know, take longer to... I don't know how any of this works. But from 15 to 7.5 million, you've got a rather wide throw. This one's got a much narrower throw. Let's have it do the best that it can do for us. So 70k is, I guess, where we're going. See, and it's a good thing that I came back in here and checked it. I was going to go to 700, and now I'm going to go to 7D. I took an entire digit off of it. Head back out and fly the thing. Or maybe I put it at 100. I might just do like a round number just for the sake of doing a round number. Are we on the retrograde? Find your retrograde, please. And continue burning this bit down, if you don't mind. Okay, we're losing a little bit on the periapsis, but we don't mind. We don't mind. Polar satellite at a nice clean 100k sounds fun. And it's a compromise between one that wants 70 and the other one that wants 500 kilometers. Alright, close enough, because look at what our periapsis has done. Better not miss your Apoaps burn, yeah. Let's go head on up to the Apoaps. Do some science things for Rockamax. It's the Rocket Corporation on the Ronin Pawn channel. Do. Something like that. That's what I used to head to here. 48 seconds. It won't be that long of a burn. Let's warp up to it a little bit. It won't be a 50-second long burn either. Go down to like here and burn. Okay, Apoaps is coming up. Gonna drive that thing out to 100. I'd like it to be a perfect hundo. And then we'll correct the other side of this thing too. 96, 97, 98, 99, 100.5. 100.5 so that it stays in the 100 is the idea there. And now we are in orbit enough for me to start running the scan and deploying everything. So let's do that, and then we'll also correct our... No, let's do that after we get all of our burns done and we're in our parked and final orbit. So down to the periapsis with you. And in a way where I can actually watch and see the beautiful nothing on the dark-ass side of the moon. Cool. Okay. And then how close are we? 55 seconds. This will be a very short little burn. It will be retrograde. Let's warp up to something within 10 seconds and start burning. Oh, what did I do? I was thinking I'm going to... Oh no, you are going to 100. I was correct. You're going to 105. There you go. 105. Brilliant. Mikey says, my horoscope told me it was in retrograde. Your horoscope is in retrograde? Well, go find it. You better go catch it. Your refrigerator running. Alright, let's deploy everything now. We're in position. I believe I'm supposed to hit 9 and 0. And so let's start with 9 so that we'll have the power. Are we out of warp? 9 so that we'll have the power. That's 8. 9 so that we'll have the power. Okay. Good. And then let's point down at the planet. Point down at the moon. This is where we'll be taking the images. Oh, look at the and there's a planet over there. And then we deploy. Say like this. 0. Okay. And everything should be running. We've got a multispectral scan and the survey scanner going. And we are not losing electric charge. We are producing more than we need, apparently, in order to do all this. So, F5. Look at that. Look at that, it's cool. It's cool when you make something that's asymmetrical, but the weight is still correct. And that's what we've done here. We got the weight right. So now we should be able to break out our ScanSat stuff. The big map. And switch celestial bodies to the moon. And it looks like we're starting to get some data already. If we go to the little guy... No? Are you not the little guy? Small map. Small map, perpetually updates, whereas this one you have to always click the refresh button on it. So... Let's go around the moon a couple of times and see the map populate. Start to populate, anyway. Oh, look! There you go. There you do go. There, but for the grace of do, go you. F5. Around the moon at a reasonable speed. Are you... Why do you keep switching into a mode of view that doesn't seem to be... No, it was in free. It just sucks. Free apparently sucks when you're in polar. Alright, well, let's go. And then watch up here as we populate our view. This camera, well, it's low resolution. It is also not subject to day and night, I believe. I believe they were saying it doesn't matter. Because it's not just taking visual images, it's a multi-spectral something majigger madoodle. So, yeah. There you go. Right over the poles. And apparently they lied to us, because it certainly looks like it needs light in order to work. Maybe I was reading the description for the other one. And so if we looked at the... Oh, we're out of contact. We're on the dark side of the moon. If we looked at, something... Oh, we can draw it on the planet, too. Terrain map. Biome map. Ha 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 ha. ore. We should have, we're doing resource scanning right now. So we should be getting data about the resources. The only experience I have with this game is watching you play it, I think. It seems impressively deep. There's definitely many moving parts to it, the more mods you install. We've got a fair few mods. The ScanSat stuff is not part of Kerbal Space Program. You gotta install this noise. But yeah, it looks like we're not getting visuals from the dark side of the moon here, which I feel lied to. Biome map? Terrain map? Ore map? Nothing. The survey scanner is... Oh, and then we're out of electric charge. It's not that we're going out of contact, it's that we're running out of electric charge on the dark side of the moon. Okay. I see. Look at that. For a moment there, things looked really cool. And then the camera threw around, but for a moment there we could see the moon and Kerbal and the sun and everything. Ha! Ore. Oh, we are seeing the ore. If I increase the cutoff, I think it should make it... Okay, 13 is as high as it can go, but those like just green... Wait, am I crazy? I might be crazy. No, I didn't... What? Keep going. Go faster is what I wanted. Okay, that's... You know what? Let's do this from out here. This just sounds like somebody talking. You hear that? Keep planking slowly. Keep planking slowly. This is a yoga instructor. Keep planking slowly. Yeah, these brighter areas here are the ore, right? If I turn that up... No? That's just what the moon looks like. Okay. What? Where am I? What about my ore shit, bruh? Where's my ore maps? Hmm? Where go at my ore go at, yo? We've been up here 5 days. If we stay up here the entire 14 days, then we won't have to wait. Yeah, I will keep planking slowly. Thank you for asking. I think you need daylight and comms. Are we ever running out of... I think the only time we're losing comms... Okay, we're losing a little limited probe control, but we're still in contact. Yeah, I will keep planking slowly. Thank you, sir. 6 days we've been up here now. We've almost got it all mapped. But we can't look at the map unless we have communications. That's you know, why we're getting these weird effects here. Alright. Quit. I can't take it anymore with the keep planking slowly. Let's look at the big map now. Which I guess I gotta go to here to get the big map out. Big map. Refresh. Okay. I think the resource scanning is a function of the game. Am I crazy about this? I think the resource scanning is a function of Kerbal Space Program naturally, and it's not a ScanSat system. And that's why it's not really showing up and making sense here. You know, we've got this multi, we've got vis low, the resource low and resource high. What, you know, what more do I need? Like, this isn't fitting in with the standards of ScanSat. The other camera is working correctly and doing the normal thing. And I'm going to be a little bit disappointed with the mod in that the stock part from the game, there is, Lava Lamp says there is ore scanning in the game, but ScanSat is over and above that. So then why am I not getting resource scanning? We should be resource low. We should have resource low. And if it's working differently than all the other things in ScanSat, then it just shouldn't have been included in the list of ScanSat parts. And I would have picked the part that ScanSat provides, that does this, you know, better and according to the rules as they've established them. We brought this piece of shit up here, and it's doing nothing for me. Resource. I click resource now. Maybe this is the thing. Toggle the overlay. Color, heat map, green. Cutoff. High. You don't see it here. Perform orbital survey. Are you kidding me? Look at how much resource it's drawing all of a sudden. But we checked on the consumption of this thing. Okay. Thank you, I guess. So then does that now show up in the other guy? This sucks, man, you know? ScanSat's got a good system, just use it. Okay, we've got high resolution. I thought they were both listed as low. I'm getting such mixed fucking signals all over the place. And the fact that the stock system interacts with ScanSat is not helping, it's hurting. But okay. We now have resources, and so let me try this. God damn it, there's so much shit. Let me try this. We go back. No. We go to you, and we say toggle the overlay. No overlay from you. Instead, I go over to the settings, not the ScanSat settings. We go to, what was it? Planetary overlay, and now we select ore. Aha! There we go. ScanSat doing this so much better than Kerbal. And so we can find like the most concentrated, like the 9.8%. I don't see anything on the moon. Is there any spot on the moon where this shows up? Turn it back down to 8.4, and we got some spots where it would be a good idea to do some mining. Cool. Okay. $5 to 10% in the Midlands. Is this... It is changing with me, but everything is Midlands. So you're just telling me that the... No, because this is... No, this is Lowlands. Wait. Midland Craters. Midlands. Highlands. So you're just telling me that basically anywhere in the Midlands is where I should be. apparently there are some bad Midland areas, or maybe they're just so small that they don't get highlighted or something. I guess it's just saying Midlands. Anywhere that's... No, look, here's a good area of Midlands that's not showing up. Okay, so almost anywhere that's Midlands is fine to go for ore, I guess, is what we're seeing. Biome map. Somebody dragged their... You need to wipe better, Moon. You need to wipe better. And then... So we've got... Midlands go all the way around the big crater, huh? Highlands, Midlands, crater. You got Midland craters. And then you got the various different types of craters. And you got the poles. Cool. Now this is what... This is pod racing. Let's increase the speed and get this final... this spot that didn't get wiped taken care of. It looks like we still left a skid mark. Yep, damn it. Still left a skid mark. But now I think if I... Yeah, if I refresh... So we've just missed this, and this little skid mark there. We got a whole bunch of information now. Terrain map? Is that telling me something? Nope. That doesn't show anything, but the biomes are neat, and the ore in particular tells us where we could set down to do a little bit of mining. And so I'm curious, in particular, then, about... Is it there? Where's the spot on the moon where there's like a... I thought it was right at the equator. Where there's like... Big old thing, but then horizontally, there's a canyon that comes out of that crater. Is it just not in the sunlight right now? Is the moon not tidally locked? When we get to 14 days, I'm gonna call it on, you know, rotating here. And I just want to remind everybody that it's really important to keep planking slowly. Keep planking slowly. Is this it? This is it. This is what I was thinking of, I think. That spot on the mun, where it's got the little valley going off. Looks like it's a bad place. The only places that you want to be mining on this moon here are Midlands. Although you could be in this crater. Okay. I would like to, when it comes time to set up shop somewhere on the surface of the moon, to, you know, be doing mining and stuff like that, I just would like it to be the most interesting, you know, location that we can come up with, is the thing. The moon is an incredibly boring place, as far as I'm concerned, so I want to find the most interesting place to set up shop. Lava Lamp, I think, copied the whole text of the M700 orbital survey scanner and provides a low detail resource map for all available surface resources. For high detail maps, a specific scanner is needed for each different resources. For stock ore, the M4435 narrowband scanner is used. High detail scanner modules are added to other parts for add-on resources as needed. So it says that the M700 is not for high detail. And then, but, friends, but, in the big map, it says we now have a high resolution. We have resource high. We have a high resolution resource scan. We just did it with the M700 orbital survey. So I have been lied to. I didn't just feel like I was lied to. I have been lied to. By somebody. Who? Oh. So wait. They draw over the... No. It's one on or off at the same... I got it. I get you. I feel you there, dog. I'm gonna go to day 14, and hopefully we get rid of the little skid mark there by day 14. Because we're coming across, and then we're here, and then we're getting a little bit closer, and we're here, day 11. One more day. Day 12, get rid of that skid mark. No, we didn't. Now, we got rid of that skid mark, surely. Unless you were on the dark side when you did that. I think the skid mark's on the dark side now, so that's why we're missing it. Damn it. Well, I am going to go to day 14 anyway. Because then we'll know that we can launch again. What we're going to launch, I don't know. But we have completed the mission to put this guy in orbit over the moon, polar. And so we get to claim, you know, what we earned for that. It is now day 14. It is now day 14. And we've got some serious maps of the moon. Boy, howdy doody, though. F5. And we say thank you to this little guy. Notice again. Wait, minimum ambient lighting does seem to be... It remembered where it's supposed to be that time. Wow. Congratulations. You finally did it. Let's say goodbye to this guy, but in the sunlight. Don't talk to me about planking anymore. Ever again. In the sunlight. Thank you. In the sunlight. We gonna let it all hang out. Where the fuck's the moon? It's probably just a big dark nothing at wherever we are. Where are we? Should be slightly above me. But I have no idea in what direction. Is it? Are we on the dark side? So we're very much on the dark side still. Great. Right. Come on. Get me to where the moon can be seen. Thank you. 14 days and 1 hour now. There we go. There we go, and we got the correct direction on it and everything. Well, we're going past the pole, so we're spinning. Just looking for a nice screenshot. I'd prefer it if we could actually see the solar panel. It's one of these is the shot. That's pretty nice right there. I like that. Alright. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your service. I'm done. And now I get to go pay myself. And call it a live stream done. One that didn't go for 8 hours this time. But we completed 2 missions this live stream, so nobody can complain about anything ever again. How's the debris? Polar Moon Express Mark II debris, which is a periapse of 54 kilometers, has been in space for 14 days without coming down. I'm pretty sure we can go ahead and delete that for it. So terminate. Thank you. This completely finished game. Alright, let's pull up our calculator and see what it is we owe ourselves for that mission. So, Crewman required, 0. What kind of mission was this? Exploration, survey, transport. Position satellite. Either of these give the same amount of money. It's both 25,000, so it's fine. We'll call it exploration survey. It was a survey. It was a planetary survey. Spheres of influence, biomes, bodies. So away from LKO, we went through high Kerbal orbit to get here. We went through high over the moon. We went through low over the moon, but we didn't have to. Where are we now? 100,000. Is 100,000 low or high over the moon? If 100,000 is low over the moon, then we get to claim 3 bodies. Otherwise, it's just 2. An exotic or an exacting orbit? It was polar. And a polar orbit is an exacting orbit. Do I get to claim that? I think I get to claim that. There were no extra crafts in the group. It's not a milestone mission. And so, damn. This thing pays just 50,000. I saw this and I was like, oh, damn. No. Not quite. But what constitutes high over the moon? KSP, moon, high over, low over, I don't know, like, moon, does it tell us where the change is? Maybe in here? I don't know. And it does, we're to trivia, and it might be in there, but, you know, the people who made Kerbal Space Program wrote that wiki. I don't know if that's true or not. But, what is the altitude of in-space low and in-space high? For Kerbin, the moon is 30,000. So, we can't count the moon then. Because we really only ever had to go to 100,000. Okay. So then this is correct, and that was a $50,000 mission for us. Hooray. Let's go pay ourselves and wrap things up. So, 233, we need to be at 83. Is the number that I'm going to. I'm paying myself $50,000 for that mission. God is bowling behind us. 283,000. We got lots of money now. Yes. Hello. The Lord. 710 split, Lord. Pick it up. I know you can pick it up. Put a curve on it. Grab a heavier ball. Yeah, that brings us to the end of this live stream. We did multiple things today. The most interesting thing we could do to end the live stream is tool around the facility in a tank. I made a tank. We claimed a tank from a something, whatever my justification is. It's the Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy Bebop OP1. This tank right here. Let's go for a spin. Whichever Kerbal happened to jump in gets to drive it. Take a tank out in the rain. Explore the Space Center. This is our tank. The turret is on roll, so Q and E. Move the turret. We do have 10-wheel drive on this thing. We also have night vision camera for steering, for controlling, because when you're in the thing, it's kind of, you don't get to see a lot. It's a tank. So, you know, having an exterior camera is kind of important to knowing where you're going. The camera is attached to the turret, so when we rotate the turret, the camera comes with us. We've got a little nubbin here to mark where the dead center of the craft is, so we can repark the turret and know that we're going perfectly straight. When we don't need to go perfectly straight, if we wanted to fire on the VAB, we just line it up and we open fire. I'm very proud of that. Very proud of making a tank that actually fires here. Let's make sure we're in chase cam, and let's fire on the space plane hangar. One more. All right, let's go for a spin. Oh wait, no, no! Oh no! What will happen to the tank? It's fine. It's a tank. So, go say hello to Gene. Gene, are you in? Alright, he's not in. Gene? Very happy with my tank. And one of the, you know, things that I'm most proud of is that it's a tank. And you can drive at full speed into an object, and Phil Bear will be just fine. So we're gonna get this thing up to max speed and slam into something over at the R&D center, probably. How do you think the tank would fare on Minmus? It would float. It would be a hover tank then. Where's the brakes? Need to. Uh-oh. Down a little, up a little. Spin around. I drove my tank under the bridge. Oh, I wasn't sure we had the clearance. Oh shit. It's got pretty good maneuvering for a tank, I gotta say. I think so. Slam the brakes on. Yeah. Oh, damn it. It's fine though. It's a tank. Importantly, it's a tank. I really like this view too. I didn't put any lights on it because it's a stealth tank. It seemed weird to put lights on a tank. And so I gave it night vision camera, because how are you gonna get around in the dark if you don't have lights on your tank? Well, night vision, baby. I'm gonna go dead into the corner here. A corner it might blow something up. Come into a corner at full speed. Nope, we're fine. Phil Bear is fine. Yeah. And again. Little animation I put together to make that happen. Go ahead and slam this to a halt in front of the space plane hangar. Take one more shot at the space plane hangar. Maybe a couple. Hey, 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 hey! Fuck! No. And the last, most important feature of the tank is that if you are playing a war game and you get shot, then you gotta hit the 5 button. You got hit, hit 5. There you go. You know, you lose. You got hit. Also, maybe it doesn't matter. We could just keep going. Could just keep on going. Except for that the control point is wrong and apparently can't be changed. I don't understand. It's a Kerbal doesn't work right thing. Control point was already forward. I'm for some reason unable to switch it. Control from here. Oh, it didn't switch to controlling from here. But the other control point was also forward, so it did. It's Kerbal is broken. That eject system reminds me of the Nightmare frames in Code Geass. You mean Lelouch of the Rebellion? Except without parachutes. Nightmare frames. It's been so long since I've watched it, I can't remember. But I think I can remember, yeah, just psh, and then something would fire off with like retro rockets right before it exploded to let you know nobody died, except for a lot of people died. A lot of people died in that show. But some of them didn't. But a lot of them died. Be cool. And then, I don't know if you're going to survive this, Phil Bear. Yep. You survived it. What's the top speed when we're not carrying Phil Bear's fat ass around? Let me get up to... Well, we blow past 20 meters a lot faster. Let's get on a straightaway and just hold it. Let's see. Definitely have better acceleration. Make it to 23. $23 and a half. 23 and 3/4. Hit a bump. We're fine. We're a tank. I love that part. Lelouch kills like 10 people in the first episode. Does he? Oh, God. When he, his first, like, little, impromptu chess tournament with people's lives. They don't all eject away from their from their deaths. I'm gonna get up full speed and then slam into Phil Bear and see if everything's okay. Looks like he's straight ahead. We're coming in at 23 meters per second. Yep. It's almost like it's a tank. That's the thing. His first Geass command is all of you die and they all shoot themselves. Oh, right. That's right. Was that the first episode? Damn, they went straight in. Oh, no. That's definitely the end of that. We're ending on 69. Nice. We're ending on that, and none of this ever happened, even though it could have. Like, we didn't lose anything. Didn't cost us anything. It's all electric charge. Little oxidizer. Look, we've been driving around. I kind of love this about Kerbal. When you start using LFO to create electricity for vehicles, kind of love this. Look at that. We started with 242 down to 234 oxidizer. We consumed 6 liquid fuel while we were driving around right there. That's kind of brilliant. That's kind of excellent. It's a consumable resource, but it lasts and lasts. I love it. Yeah, as a matter of fact, what the hell? We'll recover instead of reverting. This was canon. Nobody died. Yeah, Code Geass is definitely one of my favorites. Oh, we're up to 306 science, too. I didn't realize we could afford more shit in terms of science. Maybe that's from, like, last episode. Go ahead and recover that as well. Geass was one of my favorites. I feel like it's the most mature, like, politically and all that kind of stuff, mature anime that I've ever seen that's, like, you know, acknowledges sort of some of the harsher realities of the governmental and political life, while still managing to have a school festival episode. They do too, don't they? I'm pretty sure they do. Yeah, that brings us to the end of this live stream. We've been here for 5.5 hours. The sun is finally up. You can see it coming in through my window. Yep, we made it to about 10 a.m., having started at 4:30 a.m. There's a giant ad in Shibuya Crossing that's just Lelouch's face right now. Not sure what new Code Geass thing it is. Oh, so they're doing, well, it's still alive, huh? And it seems like so long ago since Geass. But yeah, that's Death Note and Geass. I mean, they're very, you know, I hate to say that my favorite things are things that everybody knows. But Geass and Death Note are pretty fucking wow. The most obscure thing is either Tsukuyomi Moon Phase, which I don't know how many people, you know, I don't know if that's known or not. Is it known? I didn't watch much of it, but I watched enough of it to know all of it. Some really cool stuff in there. Maybe I did watch. If it's only like one season or something, then I probably watched the whole thing, but I don't know. It seems like the kind of thing that would have gone on forever. Name doesn't ring a bell, says Mephistopheles. Yeah, Tsukuyomi Moon Phase. If you knew it, you would know it by this. Neko mimi mo da. Neko mimi mo da. Neko mimi mo da. Neko mimi mo da. The OP, the intro OP song is one of them. Is just that Neko mimi mo da. Cat ears mode. You know, it's a typical Japanese anime, so it's like a 14-year-old girl who's actually a vampire. I don't know. I can't remember. That's probably not the most obscure thing, though, unless Mahoromatic is more well-known than I thought. That was the weirdest little kind of a nothing anime that I ever watched. Weirdest little... The description of the anime is awesome. And then you watch the show and it's just like, none of that is in here. But it's like a combat android turned housemaid. Like, it's something like that, you know? There's this female combat android who wants to just finish out her career just being a maid and not being in combat anymore. And so it sounds like there's going to be a lot of cool shit where she's a combat android, but she's, you know, in these banal situations, but then she pulls out her combat. No, she's 99% just an anime waifu maid girl. Like, 99% of the show, it's a weird one. Definitely Mahoromatic or Tsukuyomi Moon Phase are the most obscure things that I've gone down the hole on. I went out of my way looking for, like, weird off the beaten path stuff just to you know, push outside the boundaries of like what made it to American cable television in terms of anime and stuff like that. I watched Naruto entirely in Japanese with subtitles, fan subs, and, you know, from pirating and torrenting and stuff like that. I never watched Naruto on television over here. That I couldn't stand it. I could not stand Naruto in the English, in the American, with that English voice dubbing. Horrible show. Believe it! No, I don't. Fuck off, Naruto. I need Uzumaki Naruto. I'm surprised Space Battleship Yamato made it to U.S. cable in the 70s. As what? As butchered as it was. I don't know that one. Space Battleship Yamato. My bandmate and friend Greg, coming from he's just a few years older than me, but he was just the perfect, like, moment in time for Zankoku na tenshi no yoni, for goddamn Evangelion. He was the perfect, so he was huge Evangelion guy, as well as Ghost in the Shell. Personally, I think Evangelion is just kind of, I have very mixed feelings about it. I can't even come to, like, I can't come up with words to say about it, because it's not that I don't like it. It's horrible. Shinji is just, I fucking hate that kid. I would kill that kid if I had to. I hate Shinji. He's awful, and he's your protagonist. You follow him around, and just fucking grow a pair of fucking testicles, Shinji. But Ghost in the Shell also, I don't connect with the movie much at all. I think the movie is, like, so enamored with its own ideas, with its own world building and stuff like that, that it doesn't tell an interesting story in that world. But what I love is Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. The series takes that world that they envisioned and tells interesting stories within it. Now you got something, you know. But the original movie, I don't know, it just doesn't. Characters are emotionless, hard to connect to. The scenarios are, you know, I didn't. It was more like, you know, cool visuals, cyberpunk kind of a thing. All right. But when Standalone Complex came along and did something with that scenario, now I'm like, okay, yeah, let's do it. I was so on board with Evangelion, and then I saw the last couple episodes, and everything completely derailed, says Mephistopheles. It's not that I don't like it. It's wild. It's out there. It's you're constantly asking, what is this about? What is the metaphor? What is the, you know, and it's sucking you in and drawing you in, and it's playing with spirituality as well as just, like, making statements about talking about, or not statements, but it's representing, like, the emotional context of puberty aged and coming into your own and all that kind of stuff. Like, there's so many things at work there, and it's all just kind of on the page together. It's a lot of swirled paint, and it's hard to tell where the edges are, and lots of cool stuff, but also some of the most annoying voice acting that has ever been done from Shinji Ikari. And what's the other girl? Not Rei, but is it Asuka? Something like that. God, those people, those voices are just like, turn it off, guys. Shinji. Stop it. But yeah, it's not that I don't like it. It's very mixed feelings. And then even the last couple of episodes are still like, that's fine. The way that the original ended, that final episode, it doesn't really put a bow on it for you, you know? It doesn't really make you feel like, and scene. You know, it doesn't give you that, and this is the end moment that you're looking for out of something that was so building, and then the end is just kind of, a wind comes along and blows it all away. And then I know that they have, like, redone the series, the movies, the ending, like, 9 different times. There's been 12 different releases of the thing to try and I don't know. But I don't know about it. I didn't follow it. Star Blazers? What the hell is Star Blazers? I felt so confused after that last episode, but I didn't have time to dwell on it because I had to get in the car and drive to the theater to go watch End of Evangelion.
Cheer 700, we're off to outer space. We're leaving Mother Earth to save the human race. Our starblazers, searching for a distant star. Heading off to Iskander, leaving all we love behind. Who knows what dangers we'll find. We must be strong and brave. Our home we have to save. If we don't in just 1 year, Mother Earth will disappear. Fighting with the Gamelons. We won't stop until we've won. Then we'll return, and when we arrive, the Earth will survive with our starblazers.
Starblazers is an American adaptation of the Japanese anime television series Space Battleship Yamato. I just had a flash of like the interior of a spaceship, and there's a joke about the toilet. About... oh god, could it be that? Could it, like I just flashed on something. I need a shot. Like, what's the first episode look like? Is the idea they're on a giant spaceship? I don't know nothing about this. Those fucking uniforms. This looks fucking familiar as hell. Giant spaceship. There's a toilet joke in the first episode. I think I might have some latent memory, some repressed shit is coming back of this. There's a toilet joke. There's this, like, maybe the ship is under attack or something, or there's they gotta work with the pipes. There's this steam venting kind of thing, but there's a toilet joke at some point. I think I kind of remember this. Possibly. What happened to Adam Savage? That's not Adam Savage. I'm just kidding. I couldn't remember the name of the person I'm trying to think of as kind of Adam Savage-y too, but it was a better joke if I could have remembered. Starblazers. I don't know. Yes! Giant spaceship walk. I feel like this, yes. I think this is the thing. I think the memory that I have, I can remember shots, individual cells from this thing, in this show. Oh, also, you know, we should have said something about, if we're talking about things that anime that I liked kind of thing, or, isn't yours the... what is it? Aren't you the one who will pierce through the heavens, and don't believe in yourself, believe in the me that believes in you. Don't believe in the me that you believes in you, believe in the you that believes in you. The fuck is that? Tengen Toppan Gurren Lagann. That was a thing. That was a very powerful experience. Very, very, you know, I liked their sort of Gumby, very stretchy, very off-model animation style with people. There was a lot of... I feel like there was a lot of, like, camera moving while people move, where there was a lot of deforming of the character and stuff like that. Really cool stuff. Need to finish Gurren Lagann? It's a good one. I mean, I don't know, it grabs you. It grabs you in a place that's a very, like, you know, young, maybe even male specific. I don't know how it hits with women, but like in a very sort of, kind of, there's a place that it grabs you, and then, is it going anywhere? Does it go anywhere? Does it have a final kind of a thought to it? Or is it just, you know, is it just giant robot anime? And it's like, clearly it's not. And yet, at times, it's like it wants to throw off all of the things that it's doing that are extra and just be about giant robot anime. And it's like, I can't hate you for that. We have come to the end of this live stream. I don't know how we got onto... Ooh. Got some fun audio stuff there. We just had a lovely... That was, you know, probably my favorite part of the live stream there, was just kicking back, chilling, doing nothing, talking anime at the end. Huh? Thank you for joining me. on today's live stream. We'll be back here this Sunday. Again, probably early in the morning, because that's just when I happen to be awake these days. But I am trying to push my sleep schedule around. I woke up today at midnight, so we started this live stream at 4:30 a.m., and we kept it going until it's almost, what time is it again? 10 a.m.? 10 a.m. now. I will continue trying to push it back. Eventually I will get my sleep schedule swung all the way around, and I'll be waking up instead of at midnight. I'll be waking up at like 5 a.m. I'll be living old man time for a little while. And then I just got to try and plant when I get back to a human sleep schedule, I got to plant that friggin' staff in the ground and hold on to it and try and not keep swinging, But thank you for joining me. Meet me back here this Sunday at around a.m., probably a.m., maybe 5 a.m. or something like that, U.S. Eastern Time. And we will, carry on in our Kerbal world, where we now have polar orbit of the moon. We've got a satellite doing all that kind of stuff. The next step along the way would probably be to send a Kerbal to the moon. Not to the surface of the moon, but send like Kerbals to orbit the moon. I don't know. We might want to do something more LKO at this point. Maybe focus on a little bit of a space station or something. Meet me back here on Sunday and we'll figure it out together, for I am the Ronin Pawn. Oh, you know what? Before we leave, I want to show you one more thing. I'm going to show you one thing. Okay. Is there anything on the computer I can't show you right now? Join me over here in the old coding space. This is my actual desktop. I would like to show you the latest development in my coding for my just in my coding. Hang on. Where the fuck's the fucking with the fucking you fuck? You fucking fuck? Where the fuck's the fucking fuck you fuck? Ah, fuck you. Why is there no... Now it's there. Cool. Pause. Okay. So, this is my audio player that I've been writing in Python as a way of proving that my library, which is called GUIable, which is supposed to make it easier to make programs in Python that have beautiful user interfaces. That's the idea behind GUIable. So this is like an example. It shows what you can do in using my library. That was the thing that got me started on this. If we grab, in fact, do I have the actual... let's just grab something that's handy. We'll go with the Haiku Diamond Ortiz thing. Turn it down a little. You guys can hear that. So my music player works. We've got a volume bar. I just paused it, unpaused it, all that kind of a thing. I have recently implemented these little buttons. Check this out. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and I just clicked the button to bring the audio down to be a fade under so I can talk over it. All right, I'll see you at the next live stream. Fade that music back in. And then fade it completely out over 5 seconds. And note that when I did the fade out, watch this again. Watch. See how it slows down at the end there? That's quadratic easing. That's sort of a Bezier linear kind of a formula there to make it so that if I click any of these, starts fast and then eases to a stop on any of these things. I added this in recently, so now I've got this full-featured audio player that's got my live stream convenience buttons to it. When I implement the ability to make a playlist, to make playlists and save and store them, this can become my main audio player without me having to use this guy anymore, which is kind of behind me and everything. But AIMP is what I've been using. I'll be able to use my own program. It could be a little smaller. It's taking up a lot of screen space in this, but I can change that. I can change the graphic design super easily. That's part of the concept behind my own library. But yeah, pretty chuffed to have thrown this in, and it just dropped in like nothing. No problem whatsoever. Getting that all to work. So yeah, that's I just wanted to show you that, and now we can resume. We can resume. I will see you, over here. I will see you at the next live stream this Sunday, probably 5 a.m. US Eastern Time. Have a lovely day. Paw out.